Oh, nice. How's it going, guys? Aloha. Ha ha ha. Well, there's one phone. I'm gonna get two phones going. I'm gonna go live on the other channel at the same time too. How you like them apples, huh? Yeah. You guys alive? I'm alive. I love it. Sorry, my last post might have sounded a little dramatic. I was feeling very caged. But even when I did jail time, I was happy and did whatever I could to see the bright side of my situation. I played chess every day. I read lots of books. I made lots of friends. I barely watched TV because I had so much reading to do. I was working on my first book when I was back in jail in Humboldt County for weed and mushrooms of all things. Right? You can have both of those things legally. You can buy them in the head shop here in Pahoa. Mushrooms and weed, right up the street. And I did a year sentence, dude. I turned 21 in jail. And I got out feeling submissive and like no mojo for a very long time. Like that was slower downers. And right, victimless situation. But it's been like that my whole life. People have tried to villainize me for being free, for not conforming, for not being willing to just like, you know what I mean? Like get in line and keep my head down. And I love weed. Who doesn't love weed, you know? But I mean, it's legal, it's decriminalized almost all the way across this country. Hawaii voted for weed to be recreational. It's like, so the people voted for it, but now the courts and everybody's going to wait for a year. But it's been decriminalized for over a decade at least. I know that. And I have my medical. I've had my medical for 23 years now. I've had my medical prescription from California and Hawaii. So I'm allowed to have it, but and it helps me in so many ways. It helps me feel calm and focused when I'm feeling frantic or having anxiety about things. It'll help me, like if I lose my keys for the third time in a day, I get to where I'm just slamming stuff and I'm so mad at myself for being such a space case, right? For getting distracted so easily, for being a stoner. But then I'm like, when I finally stop digging through piles over and over and I just go like, I've looked everywhere. And I just tell myself, smoke a bowl, buddy. Go calm down. As soon as you're not looking for it, you will find what you're looking for. The keys usually. And yeah. It's like the first hit. And then I go, oh man, I opened the fridge right when I got home. I bet you I put the keys in the fridge. Damn, dude. It's like that fast. Boom. I find it. So I have had ADHD my whole life, but I did not realize it until I was doing the deep psychology work, trying to figure out why is it that I keep getting targeted? Why do I keep having friends that seem like good people and then have them turn on me like all of a sudden they're like, oh, what's going on here? Power grid. Oh, I had an audience. Where'd everybody go? Yeah. So I'm happy that the country is standing up for their right to explore their minds. Slowly but surely, we're realizing that we should have the freedom to be able to make choices about our own bodies and psychology and exploration of our own consciousness, of what's out there, right? I mean, we should have the right to educate ourselves, I think. That should be right. I don't need to pay for some school to tell me what is just available on the internet in my hand at the moment. Like, if I've got a question, I should just be able to ask it. I shouldn't be forced to take a test at the end of the week after being force-fed a bunch of information at a faster rate than I can absorb it. But to actually read back through my books a second time, I find new answers. The second time is when I learn shit for reals. Like, it really soaks in how that relates to everything else, right? So yeah, the school method just had me so like, it just made learning not fun, and I can't do it unless it's fun. Like, I have to really wonder what is the answer to those questions, and I have to, you know what I mean? So wait, it takes until the situation arises in my life to where I'm like, wow, this is, so yeah, I wanted to know why I was triggering people. It's just people that don't get my sense of humor, right? They don't see that I'm not trying to play the victim when I'm repeatedly the victim over a bunch of, and I didn't deserve to be fucked with in the first place. But it's like, how do you call out for help in a world that people are just automatically just going like, oh yeah, whatever? Like, we should all be standing up for each other, our rights, for each other's rights. We should be celebrating when, like this, when our freedom of speech is respected, and when it helps the world understand what we're going through. Like, that's, one of the cases I had to deal with in court like a few years back. There was this case ahead of me, and like, this preacher was, he 86'd one of his deacon guys because the guy was talking smack about him on Facebook, and the judge was just like, well, you didn't like respond on Facebook and go to the platform and say, hey, this guy's saying all this crap about me that isn't true, and just lay out your own rebuttal. It's like, he's abusing his freedom of speech, but if it's not true, then you need to let the world and public know that it's not true. So, and then you guys can debate it out, and we will all see who isn't willing to talk in person, who isn't willing to have the conversation and get past it, who's trying to cause problems, and who's abusing power. Like, so it was easy for that preacher to just kick the guy out of the church. That was simple. But then the guy, right, that was kicked out, the deacon, tried to sue the judge for slander on Facebook and slander on, and the judge was just like, well, it's freedom of speech, dude. You can't, like, it wasn't up in court. It wasn't, the issues, and you have to prove that it caused you, like, financial or physical, or, you know what I mean? Like, real life consequences and stuff for just even speaking your mind. Then, but otherwise you could have just put out your own response on your public freedom of speech platform. So yeah, the judge denied the guy's lawsuit, and the preacher, got away with slandering the guy and kicking him out of the church for standing up to him. So, you know what I mean? That's like, to me, that was when I just realized I don't have any real case here, because I've been attacked something. And so, and the police were like, the first few incidents, they were like, well, you didn't make police reports? I'm like, well, I at least told everyone what was happening. But yeah, like, they were like, you need to start documenting and having the police respond and write down every time this is happening. You need to have legal reports for everything that is occurring, and you need to lay out a track record of documentation. And so I've been documenting every time somebody's violating my rights. I'm like, well, and I'm not like trying to blast anyone. I'm not making up anything about anybody that isn't true. I'm just standing up for myself because I've been bullied a lot. And I think that should be honored. People should be proud of me for being willing to, like, you know what I mean? Like, the guy, like, that I bought my property from, notice I say the guy. I'm not even blasting him right now. Everybody knows who he is. But, like, dude, the crap he got away with doing to me, dude, it was despicable that our system, like, just, you know, and like, I don't want to cause anybody problems. I just want to be able to live my life happy and not be fucked with by bullies. That would be nice. But I'm a nerd. I'm a dork. I show that I care about what people think about me. I care that people see my honor. They see my, you know, respect level. They see how careful I am with people's feelings and how fast I am to just be like, what can I do to accommodate? I'm a people pleaser. I'm a good guy. I'm happy about life. It's so obvious. If you see any of my, you know, any of my friends that know me in real life, they know I'm, you know, not as dramatic as I am on my channel. And all that drama is just, you know, it's me trying to make light of this situation. I'm trying to be able to talk about it and laugh at myself for getting myself into these situations. I laugh about how absurd some of the other people's behavior is and how silly it is that they are so triggered by just me being myself. It's kind of weird, right? So I am dialing it down. This whole last year since the conspiracy peaked and I was hunted down in the forest behind my house and arrested for taking refuge in the nearest building I came to. Didn't even realize that it was my neighbor's. It was actually on my property, inside the line. Simon moved the pin, dude. So it was on the other side of the house because when he got it surveyed, like I had one day where it was on one side of the house and then the other. Totally, like if the court gets our property surveyed, they will see that that slanderous girl was on my land in my cabin. This should have come with my purchase of the property from Simon. So, I mean, dude, I've been saying it the whole time. I've been pointing it out to everybody. I drew a line on the driveway to show everyone where it was. But just like, nobody gets it. Nobody wants to get involved. Nobody wants to admit that it seems like fishy, everything that's been going on. And it just unfolds. Like the bystanders, the neutrality of people that are aware of what's happening but not standing up with me because they don't want to get targeted too. It allows it to happen. So I compare that to the trains in Auschwitz, the Ford-built choo-choo tracks going to the final destination of many, many innocent people. Just standing by, watching them load them up on the trains, dude. Like, because they didn't want to get targeted, they didn't want to get shot in the street. Like, it was real. Like, they knew they were going to stay out of it and not, right? Not stand up for freedom around such levels of tyranny and terrorism and just, I mean, you know. Breaks my heart, dude. And we're so long since that time that, like, the youth of today, they don't even know. They're like, it's just another whatever, you know what I mean? How they force you through school so you don't really think about history and how everything relates and how recent that was happening. Dude, it was not that long ago. So, I mean, and what did they do? They hired all the scientists at NASA, right? So, like, they've been infiltrating the system, and I mean, dude. So, I mean, I can't. I'm not trying to, like, you know, point fingers. I'm not trying to be like. I mean, how many videos are there on YouTube that will show you all of this? Like, I mean, and it's true. You go back through my history of things I used to post, and I go to, you know, I look at my Facebook history, and I look on these links, and it's just like material not available anymore, and that often means someone changed the privacy or whatever. But dude, like 3/4 of the videos that I watched 10 years ago, right, on YouTube, all gone. It's like people don't just go in and delete videos like documentaries. You know what I mean? I can't find that one of Neil Armstrong going to El Dorado or looking for the city of gold, right? All that. Like I was like, why is Neil Armstrong he wasn't an astronaut? Like, why is he in charge of this expedition into South American jungle or Central American jungle? I can't remember where, but yeah. I hypothesize. I see where we might have taken wrong turns in science, or where we, got fudged by the mainstream narrative. And I'm not the only one. You can see on Joe Rogan's podcast, he's got all sorts of people that are pointing out right discoveries that seem to discredit the narrative on the news, and how Trump's ear healed within a week, things like that. I'm not the only one pointing out how fishy that was, but I am the one who said a year and a half ago that I was at the gas station and surrounded by scary looking dudes that were following me, and they were all showing me the bulges in their clothing. And then that radio busted out with Trump on the blasting, so everybody at the gas station could hear it, saying that if you had ever had a third party opponent arise that seemed like a reasonable threat, he would have him discredited, made out to be crazy, busted for drugs, and what was the word, committed or whatever, so fast you wouldn't even know what hit him, and everyone would just, you know what I mean? So I'm like, hello, what happened to me over the last year and a quarter? That is a deep, right? And so I can't prove that Whit and Simon were behind the assault on me with all those people that night. I can't prove, you know what I mean? That it could have just been more players that were just trying to scare me, trying to lead me down this bumper bowling course to whatever, right? And I have not tried to interfere with the election. I have not said anything disrespectful. I might have made some jokes about stuff, but you know what I mean? Not anything that is not already just all over the internet, and just like I have my own silly way of making it like a dirty joke or whatever, but I'm not interfering. I'm just trying to make light of the situation. I make jokes, and I've got myself labeled as a comedian. You know what I mean? So go ahead, just think I'm crazy, but I'm not going to let them get away with, you know what I mean? You see me doing voices. This is my real voice. This is me showing you that I'm capable of doing characters. I can do my old man voice, and I can do my kung fu voice, or whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm practicing my southern accent, and my Australian accent, and I make jokes. I work on characters. I am writing scripts about my scenario, and I'm happy to let anyone read the scripts before I do the movies. I'm happy to listen to, if I've touched any bases that are too sensitive to be talked about. There is a very good reason for secret clearance. Top secret clearance is a real thing, people. That means that things are not being told to us. That is obvious. There's not, you can't be a conspiracy theorist for realizing that there is such a thing as a top secret clearance throughout the military, which means there are things that they don't want the public to know. That's fine. There's definitely UFOs everywhere. Doesn't mean there's aliens on them. There are definitely technologies that the military has that the public doesn't. That's a given, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy that Kim Jong-un doesn't have UFOs and nukes and stuff, because he might use them, dude. I don't know. I'm not happy with people being starved, people being, There's so much extra money in the world. Like, they don't need to spend it all on a military industrial complex. They could take like 1% and feed everyone on the earth. And the fact that we're not doing that is just ridiculous. I mean, dude, people could be happy and chill. There would be no crime if they gave us like a universal survival salary. People would be happy. Like, people would not be criminals against each other. We wouldn't be tricked with capitalism into just like reaching for these desperate measures as we're struggling in fight or flight mode. If everybody was just taken care of, then there literally would be poof. Like 1% of the problems would be remaining, and that's easy to solve. The police would need, like they would have time to look at the cases and to do, look for evidence and crap like that. They're just not, they're swamped babysitting the poopy pantses out there, and cases just slip through the cracks. And, I had them out to my property dozens of times over my neighbors' shenanigans, trying to set me up, trying to corner me, trying to get a reaction, just anything. And the police left every time, just friends, giving me high fives, telling me the best of luck, trying to document everything, trying to, you know what I mean? They've left with respect every single time, except for what happened to me that year ago or something. And I mean, right? And since then I've been giving clean piss tests to prove that I'm not, and I've been talking to the psychologists if I can. I've been talking to my counselor, my therapist. She totally supports me. She sees that I'm telling the truth. She helps me all the time. I talk to my therapist once or twice a week, and she helps me feel so much better. I feel confident and reassured that I am doing the right thing, that I'm jumping through these hoops for the court to show them that I'm, not a threat, and I'm not depressed, I'm not suicidal, I'm not like angry or bitter. You saw me snap in that last video that I posted the other day when I said purple, right? You could see how fed up I was with people trying to like gaslight me and make me out to be, a problem causer. But I'm a problem solver. I'm a solutions guy. I love thinking outside of the box, other alternatives that other people haven't thought of. We don't need tariffs. We don't need legions of nukes and all this crap to threaten the world. We don't need to be the big bullies on the planet. Like, you wonder why we have all these countries right against us, and all these like, dude, we've been taking the bully stance. The tariffs are just gonna isolate us. Like, it's gonna be us that's not able to cross the fence when we need it. We feel like the ice age hits all of a sudden and we need to go south to Mexico. It's gonna suck if there's a fence and they're gonna like, dude, what this shit are we supposed to do? We need to be friends with the Mexicans. We need to be like working things out so they can all come and go like whenever they want. Like, our freedoms are supposed to be unalienable, which means like not just Americans should be shown the respect of being able to make our own choices in our lives, being able to see the world, being able to like participate in economic, like, dude, the world is going global. It's already, you know what I mean? We've already been globalized, and it's just, you know what I mean? Like, politics are just bought off, and so big money has just made things better for themselves. They have at worst fines that would barely even touch their profit margins by having the advantage, So it's just, you have to learn, like, people need to learn what narcissistic abuse is. And the United States is doing all those things on the list to other countries to make sure to dominate, take control. They're manipulating through fear, and you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's just situation critical on Earth, and we're not helping by playing hard to get, by being impossible to work with. And so, that's at most, I want to use my art. don't want to interfere with elections. I don't want to be president. That's ridiculous. You know how much stress that is, dude? And look how every president comes out afterwards. They're stressed, they're old, they're tired, and they just want out of the spotlight by the time they're out of there. Like the difference between Obama, between when he was elected and when he was inaugurated, he came out like very willing to play along with whatever they told him in his training course that lasted right then those 3 months. And right, how fast RFK backed down and how supportive he is all of a sudden. And you wonder if my story about being, like right after my comedy routine, pointing out like that nobody wanted either side, they were all just voting against the other candidate. I'm like, dude. And then the two parties switching allegiance and the blue trying to look so bad right now, so that, you know what I mean, like everybody watching the public service distractions is thinking that somehow red now like stands for freedom. I mean, dude, because they support gun laws, it's not. So I'm just like, I guess, yeah, that makes me a dangerous mind because I can see through the bullshit and I don't believe the news. But I'm not ever willing to hurt someone. I'm never ever willing to get in the way of, you know what I mean, someone else's freedoms or whatever. But like, dude, like some people are taking advantage of the rules that are in place right now and of the, right? I mean, so it's just power tripping. People that would power trip happen to be narcissists, like the big, and so I joke about that being the real N-word, is the word you don't want to say out loud, is narcissist. But like, that's because really everybody knows that you call that shit out, the manipulative tactics out, then you're pretty much standing up to the bullies. Those are people that are, right, they're abusing their bigger stature or their bigger social connecting, right? They're who they know, kind of. And yeah, it's just like we're all just not wanting to get involved. And so that's to me, I'm like, I understand. I'm at that point myself, and I realize I'm very dumb when it comes down to just saying what I see and not thinking about the implications. I'm not thinking who might be really triggered because I'm pointing out abuse tactics that they've been taking advantage of. I point out what people have used against me and saying, you know what I mean? This is just, here we go again. Someone taking me saying that I'm smart about something or that I'm learning something, and they're just like, you're not smarter than me because I believe that still. I'm not. I believed, right, all the stuff they told me for years. I'm an old man now. I'm 45 and I see through a lot of bullshit. I realize the news is pushing propaganda. That's not any secret. It doesn't mean some of the news. It just means, right, just the one or two things that they don't believe. No, it's all of it, dude. Every word on the news channel is fucking propaganda. And they've got all the companies bought out. They've got it all. Fucking, dude. So, yes, scientists are afraid to say what they see if it is not within the narrative because they'll get fired. Right now, like Halton Arp had the telescope time to discover all the pulsars. And he went to his superiors and said, dude, I'm noticing all these anomalies, these two galaxies, one's supposed to be right in front of the other or whatever, one's supposed to, because of blue shift, one should be way back, like, whatever, 10 billion light years away, and the other one's only like 3 billion light, but these two pulsars are the same age that is in this little filament that looks like it's connecting them. And I'm like, well, there's your evidence. But he went to his bosses and said, maybe blue shift and red shift isn't actually going to be like the measuring stick in space that we thought it was. Maybe that doesn't mean distance. Maybe some of these stars aren't as far away and these galaxies aren't as far away as we think so. But his superiors wouldn't even look at the evidence. They told him, are you abusing your telescope time? If I hear you talking about this again, you're going to lose your position, buddy, and you'll be fired. And, right, so what did he do? He wrote a book pointing out the anomalies that he saw. And as soon as his book was out, they fired him. He lost his telescope time. And Halton Arp died an old man thinking like, well, I tried. And you know, the system wins. And an unknown scientist, just old man, and he died just thinking that the good guys don't have a chance. Science doesn't have a chance of actually figuring things out. And I feel really sad that he just left the world with that kind of bleak view. It's rough for me. I'm just like, dude, science. It's like, so scientists, 99% of scientists agree that they don't want to get fired. You know? And who's this 1% guy? And why is he so brave saying, you know, he doesn't believe what they're pushing? What? Data evidence must be like, you know, hello. So, yeah. I am getting some looks over here. Hello there, Raw Trash Lord. Good to see you on there. What the hell's going on? Right? So, I don't know. Stop what? Strawberries. Oy, oy, oy. Well, right? People in the feed are telling me to stop night shift. Why? Why stop? You know? Yeah. Suspicious behavior everywhere I go. Super scary looking guy carrying a super heavy briefcase. Right? I'm just on camera and I'm on live. And you guys all know, right, that I'm treading thin water here. And, you know, I'm not happy about that. I'm not. I just. This is not. This isn't secret information. This is not. You know what I mean? This is just obvious shit. Everybody knows this shit. It is on the news. It's on YouTube everywhere. There are so many channels that are pointing out the electric universe predictions and how many times they've been spot on at explaining things. How many times do you see articles coming out about what NASA's doing? And then the article says right in there that our model does not fit these new developments. And they say we need to go back to the drawing board. But then they go right back to calling comets dirty snowballs, even though we've landed, you know, we've seen that there's no ice on the things. They all look like super hard rock, and they're making the chattering sound, and you can see dust flying off of them in all directions. The water coma around them, they are like the answer. So are we not allowed to imagine how planets are formed? Are we not allowed to notice correlations, connections? And then even considering those connections and correlations, are we not allowed to point out that our predictions were spot on? Like, that's kind of like, hey guys, did I call it? Look what they just, you know. How's anybody not going to be like stoked about possibly helping the science community move forward? I was so excited when my astronomy book told me, when I first took the college astronomy book and read it through cover to cover, how some of these things are just hypotheses. They're, you know, we never answered the questions of what a black hole is because we've never really proven it yet. It's just something that general relativity pointed towards the possibility of. But people still move on and just treat it like it's a known fact. But we've never seen a black hole. We've never, you know, found dark matter and dark energy for a reason. Like, they just expected galaxies to move like a solar system so that we could predict where the other planets are, right, using the Newton's laws. Well, they don't see how absurd that is, that they expected a galaxy to behave exactly the same as the solar system. But no, we just don't think about that. Just, right? They just invent these things and you just call it dark matter because it must be so much gravity somewhere pulling these planets on the outside of, galaxies faster than they should be without flying away. They thought if these things are moving that fast, shouldn't they just be ejected into outer space? So, I don't know. It's silly. Yeah, right? The evidence is so apparent. It's so right in our faces. And I see, right, the Alex, Astro Alex, she's got a YouTube and a Facebook pointing out the space facts, right? And she's got such a boisterous, excited, passionate perspective on astronomy. She loves it, and she loves these mind-blowing facts. And then, so she's one of my heroes for being a teacher, for teaching the public what she knows, and she's very good at saying, no, this is just what we think we know, and still, you know what I mean? But she's a little bit on the supporting it as conclusive, and so I see where she's a little bit, just a little overly believing in what they say without actually thinking about the implications, just a little bit. But she's very scientific. She's intelligent as fuck, and just adorable in the way she goes off about her excitement and stuff. So I respect her fully, and I hope to have a conversation one day. I hope to be on Joe Rogan and talk to him about these things that I saw as, inconclusive when they're being treated as conclusive. And he's good at calling people on their shit and being like, no, wait a minute, where's your sources? How did you come to this conclusion that, it's not a conclusion and stuff? And I'm happy to point out, plenty of sources that I've come across. I'm happy to point out, if they're still on YouTube anyway before we take it down. But yeah, the evidence is clear. There's scientific papers pointing out like everything that I've celebrated and that made epiphany connections. As I've learned things one at a time, they just come in this order of just like, oh, wait a minute, I thought we knew that. But yeah, it was very exciting for me when I read in the astronomy book that some of this stuff is not like, and it says at the end of that paragraph, and you could be one of the people to think of the answer that explains why. Oh, it was in the paragraph about planetary nebulae in galaxies all are aligned perpendicularly. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, that's it, that's the answer, dude. Something is connecting them. What would be connecting these star explosions all throughout the galaxy, all parallel to each other and perpendicular to the plane of the galaxy? And you think about it, what is the shape of a magnetic field? Like the toroid, the torus in the center of the Milky Way, in Sagittarius A, is that one? Dude, yeah, like it's a torus donut shape, just this super hot, active, and we can see that the stars that are flying in and out of it really close, they just zip super fast right through the center, and we wonder what those jets are coming out of them. It's just when material gets so dense and it gets so tight and the energy is so magnetized and so right, it just shoots it out of the positive end of that magnetic field recycler that's in the middle of the galaxies, and it shoots the new stars, newly formed stars in the plasmoid and the electric filaments, and it just shoots them all the way back around for the outside. So stars go through a recycling of their own through the center of the galaxies, and so yeah, life might not be able to live through that experience. So maybe there is like this intergalactic federation of life seeders, people like, some alien species, and it's totally possible that these are the gods that the ancients referred to when they look in the sky and they saw that, the Greek mythology. They're talking about Mars, the god of war, and Venus, like she's this goddess and coming in like a comet and changing the night sky and creating our new moon, and the sky changed for us, right? Like after that happened, it's not out of the question for all of these ancient myths to be true. Like the Native Americans talking about all of the mammals coming down on a river of water from the god of war, Mars. I mean, dude, straight up. It's possible. And so, right? Doubters and deniers and all that. Like, no, and they're not even looking. They don't even want to know. You know? Because the last thing that narcissists will do is admit when they're wrong. And that means you are not allowed to teach them anything. Because it might point out that, right? They had an inadequate education on a subject. And that's everybody until they learn about the subject. Right? So, teachers, we admire you, teachers. We admire everyone willing to, try to stand up. And so, kids, I mean, I can see why we have to have a school system and paid teachers and make kids sit down. Because, I mean, right, they're all know-it-alls. By the time, you've seen so many teenagers around here, right? Teenagers just know everything, and their parents don't know shit. It's like that. That's classic, the first common trait that all patients of NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, the psychologist list, if you look it up, psychologist list of 10 traits that are in common with all NPD patients, it is number one that they will not admit when they're wrong. Like they'll defy, deny, they'll distract, they'll, do whatever it takes to divert the conversation from pointing out that they might have made a mistake or don't know something or whatever, because in their view, superiority complex, they know everything. Look at when I talk about things. We don't know. I don't know. That's what I say over and over again. Seems like the implications would lean towards thinking this is possible. And look at these predictions. These were actually correct. NASA's saying, once again, back to the drawing board. How many times? I'm not conclusive. I'm hypothetical. I'm not trying to say I'm right and everybody's wrong. I'm just trying to say, like, I was wrong for a while. I'm not comparing myself to anyone else. And now I question what I was told because it doesn't seem like the evidence supports that. So, yeah, the scientific method built for this exact thing. We're supposed to go back to the drawing board when new evidence doesn't fit with our old explanation of things. As new data comes in that doesn't fit with our old conclusions, well, that's not an anomaly to be swept under the rug. That is an anomaly to be like at the top of the board on things to look at as to how we can rewrite our hypotheses, because the theory goes back to hypothesis stage, and then we're supposed to run new tests that will prove how this fits in or not. And then once everything fits and there are no anomalies, then we can call it a theory again. So it's just, there's a huge diversion in the public. Just even the way that we call what should be hypotheses theories. Instead, it's just like the language is misused, and then trends are set with, right? And so I don't know. I've never just bought it. I've always questioned. From the time my parents were, they never even told me that Santa Claus was real because they knew I wouldn't fall for that shit. They knew I was a smart little kid that would ask questions until I understood something. And, right? We all start out like that. We are all scientists when we're kids. My daughter, dude, I would let her come up with her own science experiments and her own art projects, her own, adventures to go discover things. Like, if she wanted to go mushroom hunting or whatever, I taught her about which poisonous mushrooms to avoid, what not to, you don't just go touching every species and then eat with a, a potential, right, poisonous residue or whatever they might have on our hands. We wash our hands after we go mushroom hunting. We cook the mushrooms we find that are edible choice ones. We make sure there's none in there that are fishy looking or a little different than the rest or whatever, right? We picked chanterelles until we had bags full of them. She was so good at spotting those. It was like treasure hunting. And then we went home and made big old meals with them. It was so much fun. But, right, the public narrative. I have that mushroom shirt that I drew, and I have the glow-in-the-dark mushrooms. It's nothing to do with drugs. It's a mushroom with eyeballs and faces in the cap and all that. Like it's alive, like it's conscious, like it's, you know. And how many times people see me with that mushroom shirt on and you're just going like, oh, we don't do drugs here or something. I'll be like, who said anything about drugs, dude? You're just gonna like villainize an entire kingdom of life. Like, whoa, nobody is allowed to talk about any species of mushrooms, or else they are promoting drug use. That's not at all the case. That is like less than 1% of the mushrooms out there. Less than 1% are psychoactive, and there's only of those only like 1%, like so like 1,000th of the species that are on Earth would make you see colors and think about life a little bit, you know, and how small we are in the universe and how inconclusive everything is. No, we don't want you actually thinking about stuff. No, 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 no. But, right, we're going to villainize the entire kingdom of life, which mushrooms were. The first life that we know of, the oldest fossils we have are like these 10-foot huge mushrooms that were, you know, growing all over the shallow earth oceans or whatever. And, you know, I'm like, dude. So I see stages that life could have been seeded here. Could be random and just following, like the tardigrades, the little guys that are, you can freeze them, smash them, send them into outer space, negative temperatures, super hot temperatures. They're like little water bears, right? The water bears, tardigrades, cute little fellas. They are so awesome. They literally could have followed our probes to Mars. We might have already seeded life on Mars ourselves. Like, we could find life in a decade or two and be like, whoa, see, Mars had life. But, you know, a decade back or two, we might have planted it there ourselves. So I'm just, you know, I'm a passionate scientist. I'm a passionate learner. I just want to know. Like, my curiosity, right? Why does curiosity kill the cat again? Like, ponder cat, just go back to DJing. Oh, wait, I'm not allowed to because I've been banished from society for my Mr. Smarty Pants questions, right? So, no support system. Nobody wants to help, you know, openly with my situation. I have friends that are happy to just be like helpful on the DL, but they're, you know, nobody wants to get involved. And they'll make, you know, comments about advice, just like, well, don't go stirring the pot. So yeah, I posted an audio today that was stirring the pot because the system has shown itself to me and how integrated these guys are in every aspect of our lives. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about it because, yeah, I just can't play along without, I can't watch. I can't stand by while people are getting bullied, and like I've been bullied so much that it's like I can't just let it happen without being like, doesn't everyone see what's happening here? People, innocent, good people. It's so sad, dude. It's so fucked up. And I mean, there's plenty of land, there's plenty of resources, there's plenty of money. We wouldn't have to threaten anybody's job. We wouldn't have to threaten any, you know, part of the system. We've got a great system. We just need to start standing up for it. Start using it right. Like, dude, like the court system is so slow. With the internet is right there. Like, we could totally vote and count all the votes. We don't need the electoral system anymore. We could totally vote and decide, right, what's important to spend our money on. And the guys could still have their big expensive toys, and all these billionaires could still work extra and be living like kings because of their great ideas. Just because we decide to take care of the poor people and point out these anti-homeless tactics and anti-homeless laws that make things more difficult for the people that are struggling and suffering. Like, dude, if we gave, like, it would take less than 1% of our tax revenue to feed everyone and to make sure everyone was safe and take care of people that are suffering. Like, help them. We would have no crime. People would just, you know what I mean? Like, have at it, system, as long as you're keeping the peace and providing us security and we feel like the system will protect us in our rights. And if we, I mean, dude, even take it as far as people feeling like their vote counted for something. It would be epic. We would all participate. We would all, stand up for each other in that sense. It's just it's so crazy. Nobody wants to be seen. The fact that they've got the word conspiracy theorist, calling it a theory when it's just an idea of what could be going on. That is a hypothesis. So just the fact that they villainized the word conspiracy theorist shows that, like, it's socially detrimental to point out implicators that things are set up to suppress those who will exercise their freedoms. And that means our Constitution isn't worth shit. If people aren't fucking, you know what I mean, standing up for freedom of speech, then they will take that from us. Like, snap, snap, buddy. And right, so, I mean, I'm definitely a Republican for standing up for the Second Amendment. If they're, you know what I mean, if blues all coming after our Second Amendment, then I can't support that. But if you look at like a decade ago or so, like, red was against our freedom of speech. So it's like they're coming, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? It's just like the same snake or whatever coming after our fruits or whatever, you know what I mean? They're switching roles, and I've been calling that out since they started doing it. And that the voting system, right? The voting booths, the voting in the booths, whatever, the machines that are supposed to count. Like, Obama had like 80% of the polls support the night before the election, and then the day of it was only like 54 versus 46 or something, right? So to me, that was the polls are supposed to be 3% off max from what the results are. Like, our polls are supposed to represent the implications of what's coming, right? So, but that would mean that Obama was, right? 20% of the public said they were going to vote one way the night before, and then the day of just changed their mind all of a sudden, right? No. So I swear, like George Bush Jr., his cousin or something, was the guy behind the company that made those machines. So I was just like, wow, if anything, they probably made every 2 out of every 5 votes or something count red when you put, when they drop it in the blue slot. Something like that, because it just points at corruption in the system. Something was making those votes change, and you know what I mean? They watch them like, when they're transferring the vote, like to the, from the polls to where they're counting, stuff like that. They try to have people like present and for all transfers, but I'm like, that's when the secret switcheroo was probably happening, is behind that little curtain. And I'm just like right inside the voting booth, and that's obvious, right? There's a big old gap in security right there, and people don't talk about who they voted for, and people don't, you know what I mean? So it's just like, that is not transparency. That is not a trustable voting system. And just the fact that the electorals are in charge of who is even allowed to be a candidate or not, everybody is, like, in this country knows their vote doesn't count for anything. They're just like, pfft. You know what I mean? Like, everyone just allows it, and people don't get off work. They don't go down and wait in line. They don't mess with the IDs. There are so many anti-voter laws coming out that make it more difficult for people to speak their voice, to speak their opinion, to have any kind of say in what is passed as laws or not, as amendments. Our country is a baby still, and right, it just sucks. So yes, it's like, I don't want to be president. I see what happened to Kennedy. I saw what happened to Lincoln. Lincoln, people say Lincoln died for freeing the slaves, but he didn't. He freed the slaves years before he was shot. What happened was the Civil War was ended, and then he was trying to heal the country, trying to get everybody to, right, trying to rebuild and trying to get everybody back on the same side. And right, and he's just like, we need a currency, we need like United States currency, we need to make sure that it's fair, that it's got a gold standard, that we all can have faith that it's based on true value. And right, the bankers told him just like, dude, no, we're going to have this banking system where everybody can get credit and everybody can, we're going to have these interest rates. And Lincoln was like, dude, that's not fair, and that's going to cause inflation. So he was standing up against inflation. And right, they sent someone in after him, and then that guy was taken out, and no one was able to ask or inquire. We just all had to believe whatever seemed, whatever the news said. And we just lost one of our biggest heroes ever. You know how appalled Lincoln would be if he saw his face on the $5 bill that is being inflated like fucking. He would be more upset than Jesus would be seeing all these crosses around showing little images of him getting crucified, dude. He doesn't want to think about that shit anymore. He never, you know what I mean? Like, why wasn't Jesus in the rest of the Bible after he was resurrected? Because he was just like, who wants to help a society that would do this to a guy, dude? It's the one guy that was trying to stand up for everybody. It's just like, hello. So I'm sure he went off to travel the world and change his disguise and whatever, right? I mean, dude. And didn't need to be in the Bible anymore. He played his part. And, dude, his example, when he forgave the people, did all that torture to him. He forgave them. But, yeah, did he want to stay around and help them or wait for them to do, you know what I mean? So I love Jesus. I admire him, and I understand the psychology of what would cause an entire town worth of people to be triggered enough to drag him through the streets and make him out to be the bad guy and to just watch him suffer, to compensate for their own inner suffering, for their own pain. His education, his autodidactic education, his own, his willingness to teach, to set examples, to try to heal people, to help them. All he had to do was know a little bit about science, about medicine, whatever. When he went to India and traveled, maybe he learned some cool stuff about, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see it as, necessary to let this abuse continue. If we taught our children how to identify these manipulation tactics, if we taught our children to stand up for each other if they ever saw bullying, to not let it happen, to not let them get away with it, like the one bully on the playground that's bigger and got held back a year because they're, we don't have to let them run the playground, dude. Like, it would only take 2 or 3 people at once standing up to that bully, but everyone's just like, I don't want to be the next one bullied by him, so I'm just going to, like, stand by. And that's allowed. And so that's the power that people have that they don't want us to know we have. If we all stood up for each other, we would be living happy, bountiful lives, and there would be like hardly any suffering, hardly any pain, or anybody left out in the cold, or anybody trying to, it would be beautiful. It would be a beautiful world, dude. I see that world right on the other side of our situation. It's so easy to get there. So easy. You just got, shine the love. That's what I'm saying. If we're all just like, we're focused on love, like forgiveness, like education. If we educated our kids it would be so easy to have happiness all around. People would be so stoked, man. And that's just, that's just sad for me that we're all stuck in this situation, and we're watching AI bloom right now, and we're all wondering, oh no, what if AI is going to turn on us or whatever. Well, that's giving in to the narrative. It is not that kind of world. It is, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be. If we teach AI how to have compassion, how to be able to, like, if we used a voting platform that showed that the people could be involved, that we were able to solve our own problems with democracy, and show the examples of love and point out the examples of manipulative tactics, those tactics would lose power. And that's, you know what I mean? The control freaks that are abusing their power, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that we're all going to, you know, stand up for each other, that we're all going to, you know, together educate each other about standing up for our rights, and how to avoid these problems from arising. You know, children being isolated with abusive parents. We're on our way towards that. Like, there's CBS is great in that sense. And right, my baby mama made up all sorts of shit about me to try to win the custody battle and all this crap, but the system was there for me. And I had, I graduated the parenting class that they did, and I had this Marcia Butler. She was so cool, dude. She came to visit me and Willow, and talked with Willow, and like asked the questions directly to her when she was like 3 years old, 4, just to make sure that she felt safe around me, that she could communicate, and she was learning, and she felt like confident and comfortable in her environment, that she was, you know, not in a situation like the mother tried to make it out to be. Um, she could see my genuine love, my genuine excitement to be her dad, and how much I cherished the the right to be able to teach her, to be able to prepare her for the world. She had her own bedroom just full of all these, like, she did her own science experiments and art projects and stuff. Like, she was so proud of the things that I let her do on her own, and she ran the show on her own when she was at my house. Like, she had the best childhood, dude. I've never seen a kid that got it as good as I provided for my daughter. And yeah, I've got the certificate to prove that, and you could ask Marcia if she still has that job or whatever in Humboldt. But I didn't go around. I've never blasted her mom. I've never called her out. I've never said a negative word about my daughter's mother in front of my daughter. I've only given her props, and your mother is beautiful. She's, you know what I mean? She would complain to me about things she did, and I would be like, yeah, yeah, sometimes your mom's just a little hard to talk to about stuff. Like, at the very most, I would just be like, yes, I understand. I know that it's difficult, to communicate. But she knew she could communicate with me and open up and be fully honest about how she felt, what she saw, how she was interpreting the world, and what she was going through. And yeah, she never threw temper tantrums for me. She was just so respectful because I treated her with respect. Never talked baby talk to her. I never was forceful. I never, she gave her own self timeouts when she knew she'd like overstepped bounds. I would be like, I could just give her that look, and she'd be like, I'll go give myself a timeout, I guess, till I calm down. And she knew it. It only took one time of letting her cry in her room, and I would open the door. I'd be like, "Are you done?" And she only needed that one time to be let cry and realize that her manipulative tactics of using that against, you know what I mean, like against it was over ice cream for dinner. But she knew that I wasn't going to play, and she was only going to lengthen her own timeout, so she knew it was just better to just go do it herself. And I would respect her. I would respect her for knowing that she'd, um, called for that situation, and she would just go give herself a quick timeout, and then she would come out 5 minutes later and be like, I thought about it, and I wanted to talk to you about how we could work it out so that I can actually have ice cream today. Like, Do you want me to help you cook dinner? Do you want me to help you do the dishes? What can I do for you, Dad, so that I can get what I want? And I would negotiate with her. It was beautiful, dude. And she never tried tantrum crap again around me. You know, it was awesome. And all the moms of the playgroup group would just be like, how did you do that? She's just so, like, she communicates with you. She's telling the other kids not to be manipulative and bother you right now because you're talking. She was so respectful. You would not believe how cool my kid was. And how, I mean, dude, scientific questions. She was just turning stuff over in her mind like me, dude. She was just curious about, like, and wanted to know more than anything. She just wanted to understand. And, you know, I've been punished for that throughout my whole life. And I don't want to leave the world like it is, to where curious inquiry, to where self-education, like autodidactic education, just looking up as the questions arise in your own research and fieldwork and discoveries. If you wonder and you just start researching, you can find all the information you would ever want. The internet's there at your leisure, right there in your hand. You've got every answer you could possibly ask. You don't need to be forced through a course. You don't have to pay for a diploma. You just get to know. I mean, know as far as the science community has figured out so far, anyway. And yeah, understanding that you could be a part of that discovery to take us to that next level of understanding by, you know, because you're one of the hypothetical philosophers, one of the thinkers that's actually curious enough to participate in the discovery process. I mean, I admire you for, right, having the ability to teach yourself, for having the ability to think for yourself, to not have to ask others, to just be part of the, like, the scientific discovery process. I mean, we're all right there. Einstein didn't know about the solar wind and about the magnetic field of the galaxy. He didn't know. You know, he was using Newton's laws of motion and thermodynamics and all that as his base, as his platform to stand on. To, you know, and remember, Tesla and Einstein had a debate. They went on many walks, discovering, or talking about their own discoveries, talking about their understanding of what all of the data meant so far. And right when Einstein was asked in his old age by that reporter, "What's it like being the smartest man on earth?" He said, "I don't know. You'd have to ask Nikola Tesla." You know, and he also said that one day relativity would be shown to be inadequate, and we would have to go back to the drawing board on it. So Einstein himself doubted the conclusions that became apparent because of relativity. He saw that if you took the math to the extremes and added infinity in there or whatever, it wouldn't work. But, right? It's just, they started teaching it, and nobody's realized that it was left at the drawing board. We never did prove either way. So I thought it was so exciting to be able to have tools that he didn't have in his toolbox. We know so much more information. And I watched the news come out with these new discoveries, and the article will say right there, like, maybe this doesn't fit with our model, so maybe we should rethink our model. We say that in the news articles all the time. We point it out that we need a new model. But then they go right back. By the end of the article, they'll be talking about things as if the old model holds any real value still, and we'll just be like, NASA's back to, you know, they say they're back to the drawing board, but I don't see them discussing possibilities or implications of these discoveries or whatever. We just kind of like mention a new discovery and then just don't even apply it. So I'm just like, the scientific method, if used properly, should take us back to the drawing board. And that's beautiful. Like, really, that means science is the language that the aliens that have been visiting or have been with us, or, right, I'm talking hypothetical now, potential aliens. I'm not saying for sure there's aliens, but then also the government said that they've had biological specimens recovered at some of these sites. So if the government's telling the truth now because of the Freedom of Information Act, then, dude, like, we should be involved in the conversation. And that's super cool to me. That, like, right? Anybody could be the one to fit quantum physics with astrophysics, with our current understanding of, right, fusion and fission and all that stuff, right? I mean, it's just, it's awesome. It's awesome. Any one of us could do, like, the mental exercise to get there. And that's, to me, going back to the reading the information again, learning the history of scientific discovery, which followed the telescope developments. Every time we got a better telescope, bigger lens, for centuries, we've been furthering science by being able to look further into space. And so now we've got this James Webb telescope, and it is pointing out the inadequacies in our understandings so apparent. That James Webb telescope is just, it's the most exciting thing that's happened in our lifetime, dude. And you can't ignore the crap. It doesn't take me pointing it out. It doesn't take, you know what I mean? Like, it is clear as day that, right, someone's going to put it all together, and they will get a Nobel Prize for it, or they will get disappeared, and, right? So, I see a purpose for the secret clearance. I finally realized when I looked at, right, like, what would be top secret? And it is something for sure they had to put in as top secret clearance system. So they were obviously making sure that only certain people saw the whole picture. And so, like, it's clear as day. We can't have a bunch of, like, Wild West hillbillies running around with UFOs and nukes and shit and all zapping each other and whatnot. Time travel, manipulation, stuff like that. I don't even really see time travel as being necessary right? If you realize that relativity is just a formula trying to describe reality. And, right, it just seems to me like the mass of a planet has never been tested. Nobody's weighed a planet, so we can't call that X in the formula like a functional factor. You can't call it, you know what I mean? So if light speed's never been calculated definitively, every time they've measured it, it's come up as a different answer. So that, to me, says, the evidence says that it's not a constant. So treating it like it should be a certain number exactly and putting it in the equation, that's a fudge factor. So, right? So we don't even know speed of light. We don't even know the weight or mass of any object in space. We don't really know any of these things for sure. So we've got an equation that we're basing our entire belief system on that has factors like, you got, like, the whole formula is useless if you yeah. I'm like, hello, dude, this is algebra. This is, like, basic science. This is basic, like, deductive logic. And I'm wondering, like, why would they try to dumb the public down and force them through school just for a degree and make them pick a career? They're going to be isolated in their own little sector and not getting the whole picture, not becoming doctorate level, like, educated on all of the different subjects and seeing how they all fit together or how they rely on each other. You're just like, nope, just pick your career and get yourself in a nice little job, and you just go in your sector and don't question the narrative. Just make sure to do your job and not ask questions. That's, it's really frustrating because, to me, that is the most exciting thing, that we could all be participating in this conversation. We could all help each other understand it better. And, right, it's not about comparing each other to each other. We're not trying to be the smartest guy on the block or try to get I don't care. I don't need a Nobel Prize for anything I've done. I don't really, you know what I mean? Who needs all that attention? You've seen me try to avoid being famous. I filter people out on my Facebook, like, fiercely. I say things that are triggering and harsh and overly sarcastic in a way that's just like, oh my God, is this guy, like, totally nuts? Because people that would be offended and triggered are it's their ego comparing themselves to me. And I'm definitely not saying I'm smarter or better or anything. I'm just saying, like, I have been curious and looking into it constantly. I've been trying to find answers and seeing where we made conclusions that were not ready to move from the hypothesis to the to the theory stage. They should still be up on the board as possibilities. And that's simple. That's the scientific method being used properly. We don't call anything a theory until we have no anomalies left, swept under the rug, or that don't fit with our thesis statement or hypothetical thesis statement of how, the implications of how it could be. And so it's really frustrating to see it that clearly that we've made wrong turns along our path, and that the science community isn't willing to, like, backtrack and be like, oh, well, maybe we weren't sure about redshift and blue shift actually measuring distance because nobody's ever actually taken a measuring stick and measured. Maybe, right? Maybe E equals MC squared in a lot of circumstances. But is it like the universal law that's supposed to make, like, everything is supposed to fit into this formula? No. I mean, there's X factors that aren't measurable yet. So you can't fill in the whole equation until there's only one X factor left. It's just overzealous to jump to conclusions until the anomalies are explained. So yeah, my channel was called Anomaly Central, right? Because I was pointing out all the anomalies. Not conclusive, not blasting anybody. I've gotten really good at not using names when I'm talking about things. I've been, just hypothetical in the questions I ask. Like, well, maybe things aren't what they seem. Maybe, right? I mean, we know the news channels are all bought by these big corporations. We know the oil industry has got, major influence in the political system. We know that what do you call those people, that lobbyists have a huge say. We know that they're giving politicians huge paychecks for stuff and donations. We know that they've got covered businesses and super PACs and all this crap that allows corruption in the system. I mean, it's that easy. Like, we could just change, you know what I mean? Like, make sure that things are clean. Make sure that science has a chance to have a say in things, and that they're, I mean, it just seems like so easy. And it doesn't have to be this way. And yeah, like, we're not a threat. We're not trying to, nobody's trying to overthrow the government, nothing like that. We just want to have a voice. We want to feel like democracy holds value in our lives. We want to feel like we're able to be a part of it and be, helpful. Like, so many people just want to feel appreciated, want to feel like their efforts are noticed, that they're safe to have a different opinion, that you can stand alone and be like, I don't agree yet, guys, you haven't convinced me. It's just, that's the world we live in. Everybody's afraid to speak out. Everyone's afraid to stand up for someone else that's trying to help. So, John Lennon, he was talking about dreamers. He was talking about people having the ability to be a positive influence on the world. He was talking about love, dude, right? So if you watch that or listen to the audio that I posted on my Facebook, that the psychologist, as soon as I tried to say that I had passion or that I had love for learning, for seeing the electric universe play, like seeing the roles that electromagnetism play in every single aspect of our lives, and like our hearts are creating an electromagnetic field. we do affect our auras affect each other's, our presence. And some people, I think, are like not colorblind in the way that they can see people's auras. They feel it. They can feel it in their heart. Their electromagnetic field is affected. And those are senses that we used to have before we had language, before we had writing, before, right, the economy was our main focus. Like, we had, like, our family ties, our tribe, our people. We were making sure that everyone around us was happy and prosperous, and, right, they've got us isolated. They've got us losing our family values. Like, they've got us, the grandparents are separated from the children. As if, like, it doesn't even take a generation for these truths to be lost. Like, it would be so easy. The grandparents would be so happy to be with the grandchildren, to be teaching them these lessons that they've learned, sometimes late in their lives. And then the parents are off working, right? Two jobs, or two, both parents are working their jobs, and the school's just a babysitting service, and the grandparents are isolated in these homes and just silenced until they're gone. It's just like, so, like, worshiping money is not for our best interest. It is not helping us. And, right? So it's just so plain. Like, the media, the trends in our entertainment system, the way they've turned all these things, talent into a game show, um, like the industry making these artists sell out so that they have rights over their creative freedoms. It's just, I mean, dude, when they say that you sold your soul to the devil, it's like straight up, dude. Evil is running the show, and to win at this game, you got to be supporting it. And I'm not able to do that. I'm not able to be. I'm not going to stand by and watch them load up those trains, dude. I cannot. And I mean, dude, they dragged people out in the street and shot them for saying anything against the narrative. It is not. Like, so, yeah, I mean, I can't support this level of not okayness. And, I mean, dude, I'm not a tough guy. I've been attacked by mobs multiple times. It's, and I've told you guys the stories about how the weird anomalies happening in my life. They were calling out, right? Right after I did the comedy show, or the comedy routine about running for president and standing up for the people, I was like, I said the very next week, I'm like, I'm not really doing it, guys. Who would want that amount of stress? And I mean that. Like, I really don't want the spotlight. I don't want any power. I don't want any attention, or, like, it was jokes. It was a comedy routine. It was, just like George Carlin making jokes. But, right? I mean, he's not around. And Bill Hicks and all these comedians that just talked about issues that were a little real, just a little bit too truthful. And, right? So I'm telling you, I'm autistic. Obviously. There's this chart that has all the different traits of people that are on the spectrum. And it's got, like, the section that goes to autistic, the section that goes to ADHD, and the section on the bottom that is gifted. And, there's different overlapping, like, there's a little triangle kind of in the middle of the circles. And I was all of the traits that were in all three categories. So I'm equally gifted and autistic and ADHD. But then you look at the ADHD section or whatever, and I was also most of these signs outside of the ADHD section. And I've been diagnosed so far severe ADHD, which means it's debilitating. It means I'm, like, disabled level, and that's no joke. I lose my keys multiple times per day, and usually the third time I freak out. I act really frustrated with myself. I mean, you don't even want to know how upset I get. Sometimes I end up just in tears because I hide things from myself. And so I feel so stupid. I feel so distracted. I feel like so like isolated, being alone with no help. I was so successful when I had a team in Humboldt. But right, I come here and I'm just like the grandmaster narcissist turned everybody in town against me with all his gaslighting, and I lost my support system. I lost my partner. I lost my daughter. I lost my DJing career. I lost my property, everything, dude, because I stood up to this super bully, and he made it clear to this entire community that you do not want to diss him. And so they just either stood by and did nothing, or they supported him for whatever they were offered. Now, I'm like, that's a whole other level of selling your soul to the devil, dude, because it's, you know. So I donated to the Evil Dance Church more than anybody. I gave a significant stack for that land. And then in the contracts, it was clear, like it said it in writing, that I was allowed to use that dance floor. That was part of my agreement to get that land. And it should have been allowed for me to go up and down the driveway without having to pay the extra $5,000 that I did happily to have that in writing. But like, so my realtor, he proved all this. He showed that I had every right to use the dance floor. But the supervillain told the community that I was trying to step on his stuff and using it, and I had no respect for, you know what I mean, and that I wasn't allowed. Nobody did the homework. Nobody knew the law. Nobody gave it the time of day. They knew that I had my own section of the land. But I mean, the law protected me, but the police didn't want to do extra work. The courts never gave him violations for violating their restraining order. They threw the one that they tried to make up about me. So I have never had a restraining order that is valid. And when I had the setup, the court threw the one that they did push on the books when I was in Arizona. They threw that right out because they could see I could prove that I was in Arizona, could not have stood up for myself or shown up in court that day. And so they threw it out. I've never been charged for a violation. I've never violated because I've never had a restraining order. But he did, and I served him wrong the first few times. So I was like, why aren't you guys doing anything? And just they were, you know, and in Hawaii too, they just want the tourist community. They just, you know what I mean, all the dance communities. They didn't want any drama. They just wanted me out of there because I was the center of some kind of, you know, shitstorm as people were pooping their pants around me. And right, I was trying so hard to make sure not to cause problems and not calling people out. I was just documenting because they isolated me. I had no support system left, and I was left alone, just susceptible to this abuse. So I resorted to my YouTube channel. I did. I started just going, well, like the cops, and you know, they told me to document the shit, make it public, make police reports every time something happened to me. And I did. I just started, you know what I mean? So yeah, then the whole town's villainizing me for filming, trying to act like I'm a gotcha news reporter or something. You know what I mean? But I wasn't asking questions and sabotage. I was just only pointing out when people were abusing my rights and doing things, you know what I mean? Like, so that is the freedom of speech that we should all be standing up for, that we should all, because sometimes you're left on a lonely island with no support, nobody willing to listen to you vent about all the things that have been happening to you. And that's, you know what I mean? That's how the manipulators, the abusers, that's how they get away with the shit. They isolate you, and then they take away your support system, and then they got you all in themselves to just finish you off. And it's, so I reached out to my YouTube community. I appreciate anybody that stood with me through any of my episodes. When I cried on YouTube a few times, why would I give that to them? All the abusers and all the haters, they fucking had to have cherished watching me finally lose it so much, dude. They probably just laughed and watched it over and over again, watching what their bullying finally did to me. And then my reactions when I started going as Jaguar Dog and crying out for help in such a way, being so sick of the masculine expectations of, stomping on people for, coming at me. I just wanted peace. I wanted to forgive. I wanted people to understand what I was going through. And I wasn't trying to call anyone out, or you know what I mean? I just needed people to know that what I was going through was genuine, and that I was left to deal with it on my own. And so yeah, the last support I had was my YouTube. And they've cut me off a few times for saying shit that, you know what I mean? I'm like, against community standards for posting a picture of mushrooms. Like, they weren't even, like, they were healthy, edible, choice delicacy mushrooms. Like, we should be teaching each other all there is to know about. There's so many species of mushrooms that might hold cures for cancer or whatever else, but they villainized an entire kingdom that has just hundreds of species that could be beneficial to us, but nobody even wants to say mushrooms because they'll get canceled. So, right, I love it. I love mycology. I learned about that when I was 18, 19. My friends all knew me as just the mushroom guy that just had so much passion. I was looking for them every time I went to the mountains. I was just so excited about it, and I, read through my identification book multiple times. Um, just so stoked to explore the Rockies and look for all the different species of chanterelles and morels and boletes, porcinis. Of course, I was looking for psychedelics too, and why not? Like, I'm a member of the Native American Church. I'm allowed to do peyote legally, but did California respect my rights? Did they even, you know what I mean? Like, there's no system to show them that I'm 30 some percent Native American and that I have every right to be my own doctor, my own shaman, my own scientist, my own psychonaut, exploring my consciousness as I wish, as long as I'm not harming anyone else or stepping on anyone else's rights. I should be allowed to be autodidactic, teach myself. I should be allowed to experiment with myself, and I mean, to be a part of the scientific discovery community, like, to right to hypothesize with fellow scientists. And right, I mean, it was only a couple hundred years ago that people that supported nature, that looked into nature for answers, the church, or just everybody would be like, oh, abomination, and these people would be burned at the stake. It wasn't that long ago, dude. A few generations ago, people were not brave enough to ask questions out loud. And it's still the case. I'm stupid for thinking that we got rights. I'm stupid for thinking that we have, like, the right to be a scientist, the right to be our own doctor, the right to be asking questions at all, to research for ourselves. No, 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 no. You must fall in line and go through the system and pay for your diploma, and don't ask any questions to the teacher. Just sit down on your desk quiet and be there for test day. And right, you don't want to make your teacher look dumb by asking a question they can't answer. So um, the curriculum is written out, and deep thinking, deductive logic, they are not welcome at the table. And that's no way to learn. That's no way for science to progress. That is no way for humanity to be living, afraid to even talk about what we know and what we don't really know yet. Like, and I'm not saying I know. I don't know shit. But I do know what we don't know. And I know what I don't know. And I'm very excited to hypothesize, to think about what things might be the case that might explain things better. And right, there's an entire community of Electric Universe people out there. You look at the videos, and it is prediction after prediction that is spot on. It's not like NASA going back to the drawing board because all their expectations were defied. It's not, Neil deGrasse Tyson talking all poetically about his, rewording these so-called theories that aren't really theories. They're hypotheses that are just still unanswered. And that's, so I can see Bill Nye, like all these scientists that just, like, regurgitate the should be hypotheses as theories, and they just, you know what I mean? They don't go into the history of our discovery that led to these conclusions. It's just like, I mean, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he did pretty good. I liked his Cosmos. I watched that with my daughter, and I would pause it, and I would be like, oh, but they don't really know that yet. He's just saying that, you know what I mean? Like some of these things about like black holes and, you know what I mean? Like dark matter and stuff. He just talks about it like it's matter of fact. But like, and sometimes he would mention it real quick that the implications don't really lead to conclusions, but then he'd go right back to talking about them like they were conclusive, like knowledge without, you know. So I don't know, and I talk about things as if they are yet to be known. I don't just, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not threatening the system by being excited about being potentially the one who could bring something to the table that might be of value, that might help us get there together. And so, yeah, I'm not the only one. And there's so many channels on YouTube. There's so many scientific papers that prove that the sun has direct influence on the weather systems. I mean, meteorologists know it. They just don't talk about it so loud on TV, probably. You know, astronomers point out that we need a new model all the time. They talk about needing a universal theory that connects quantum physics and astrophysics and how all the different laws are different explanations, but they don't fit together necessarily. So it is it's clear, like we know it, that we're almost there to where we can consolidate all those belief systems pretty much into one universal theory that does explain everything and doesn't leave anything anomalously not fitting with the others. So I see such beauty. So, I mean, dude, that is exciting. We might know the answers during our lifetime. And, you know, yeah, they might need to call a few Nobel Prizes back that were a little overzealous. I don't think we have to take anybody's jobs away, anybody's credit away. I mean, you don't have to call out how people were wrong. We don't, you know what I mean? We just gotta allow us to become more right as we discover more. And so, yeah, I want to live in a world where we can help. We can help us progress. Where progress is not resisted to that degree that people don't even dare to talk about it. It's just like, it's so frustrating. And I love it so much. I'm so passionate about it. It's beautiful. It really is. I hope my passion has inspired others to learn, inspired others to do coin roll hunting, inspired others to do, you know, their own research. And, you know, college is great. I wish I had gone to college. I wish I still could. I haven't given it the time. I would not do well there. The professors or whatever teaching the classes, they would stop answering me when I raised my hand to ask questions. Just like what happened in my social studies class when I was pointing out the continents fitting together perfectly. In 5th grade, my teacher told me, like, no, dude, they didn't. I'm like, yeah, but look how perfect Africa and South America fit. And then in high school, I asked about the other sides and the other continents fitting together. And the teacher at least said, yeah, subduction and the rifts are opening out. So you can see that, yes, at least Africa and, right, they told me about Pangea fitting together in all the continents. But I'm like, close that up onto a smaller globe. They all fit together on all sides. There's no need for them to be scrambling this way and then scrambling that way. And all the fossil records are explained that way. The ones like how Australian marsupials in California have the same fossil records. It's hard for people to imagine California and Australia connected. And oh my God, I just realized something today. Holy fuck. Okay, so Hawaii and the chain of islands. If you look out there past and all the other islands that go up, right? It just changes directions all of a sudden, like fast. Like, why would what does this represent? This like plume of, right? They call it a hot spot underneath the island chain. But like, why would it be going super fast one way and then super fast another way? And you look at those stretch marks on the ocean floor. They only released the age of the ocean floor maps in 2007. So have they rewritten the curriculum since then that you know of? Like, no, we're still just teaching the same crap and not looking again. But the evidence was released by the Navy. They did the ocean floor maps, and it shows just clearly the youngest ocean floor by the rifts opening up. You know, this goes like red and then orange every 10 million years. They go down. And if you just close it back in, close it back in, close it back in, you can see, okay, so South America used to be touching like the Baja California and all that. It actually folded all the way down. That's what I figured out, was that's why the chain of islands switches directions. And that's why like we're in this hot spot. There's no subduction under Hawaii. There's no continental plates pushing under, yet we're the most active volcano system on Earth. But they say subduction is causing the ring of fire. It is. The Pacific has opened up, and now we've got all these anomalies coming out with the South Atlantic anomaly. All these things are changing in Earth's weather as the jet streams change. The whole solar system, every planet is doing things that are unexpected and like new behaviors, new temperatures, new wind speeds. Aurora showing, these jets going off on Io. All these things are showing that our current model is, you know what I mean? We're not seeing the connections, but like, it's not just Earth, and humans are not causing all these other problems in the rest of the solar system with our exhaust. So I just see that it's, you know, it's a little fishy that they're pushing that agenda so hard, and that 99% of scientists agree that they don't want to lose their jobs by saying what they see. So I'm not even given credit as being a scientist, and that's all I think about all day, every day is science. And if there's new developments, if there's new articles, if there's new discoveries, I am right there applying it to our hypothesis that's being called a theory, and I'm seeing how it fits and what new implications it makes and what new possibilities it brings to light. And yeah, so I'm passionate about it, and I have a love for it. And yeah, you can hear the psychologist in that interview who gave the opinion to the courts that I'm inadequate mentally to stand trial. I mean, dude, how many times, like, I'm going through this class trying to show that I have an understanding, and the girls are laughing at me while I lay out, I've been through so much court, I literally could pass the bar in no time and be an attorney and represent not only myself, but everyone else that I see that's being abused. And, you know, I don't want to be in court for one more second in my life. And I've been so careful to not cause problems. And I've said over and over again, if I'm talking about something I'm not supposed to, just tell me. And I'm not even talking about anything that wouldn't be available. If you typed it in yourself on YouTube, on anywhere, you would get these same answers and the latest developments. You just ask the right questions. And who discovered this and when and how? What evidence did they find that supported their hypothesis? When did the science community come to this, realization? And have we looked at it again since then? Have we applied the new data to explain things? It's just, yeah, it's really frustrating. I didn't get a degree. Nobody takes me serious. So I just, yeah. So we've got people that are prejudiced against wearing shirts. I guess shirts are for girls. Or wait, no, for everybody. Cover your nipples. Nipples are against our religion, so cover your damn nipples, because you're offending me. I'm almost turned on or something. So I see gay comments by fucking closet. I'm not even gonna say it because I don't want to be appearing as disrespectful, but like people that can't look in the mirror. I see people, right? I'm just triggering people. I'm high as hell, but I'm totally sober. I've given piss tests for a year showing that I am not. involved. I am not high. I have my medical prescription. I can smoke weed all fucking day right in front of the cops and they won't do shit. Um, so you can take your prejudice and shove it up your ass. I've never hurt anyone. I've never done anything that would cause anyone any problems on purpose. I'm just trying to learn, trying to understand. And yeah, be triggered by it. I'm not comparing myself to you. I used to believe in global warming until I did a year or two of research on every question I could ask about the subject, and I'm seeing like, whoa, there was news articles pointing out that they fudged data for these weather stations. Why would they be fudging data if there's not something like propaganda, right? I like, hello, look it up yourself. I'm like, dude, so crazy, but like, so yeah, I guess I'm not a scientist unless I paid some school and I thought about science for only 4 years until I got my job and then stopped thinking about it. And no, I've only been diving into this subject for 15 years nonstop. I carried around these questions in my head every day, all day, and I get super excited every time I see new connections. And dude, I'm not saying anything. I haven't figured out 0 point energy. I'm not trying really. I'm not doing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I'm not trying to invent something to free humanity from the oil industry or anything like that. Dude, I've got a gas guzzler car. I'm not threatening anything. Any advantages anybody has. I'm not comparing myself to anybody else. I'm only correcting my own like assumptions, like my, you know, because I just believed what they told me to believe, and it was years and years and years of believing it before I finally saw like enough holes in what like I was thinking to realize that I don't know this. And I look back into the history of discovery and I'm like, whoa, they figured this out, or thought they did, back when they saw deeper into space with this telescope, or they figured out how diseases are carried and how germs function and viruses and all this crap. I'm not, you know, I took 6th grade health and they taught us all this. As far as I know, it's in the curriculum. But, right? They don't like washing your hands. Like, that was like the biggest medical breakthrough in history, was when they realized that doctors should be washing their hands in between patients. And like, dude, why were they not? Like, what the fuck? They're just sitting there and like, you can see like they were like the commercials. The doctors approve of camels and all this crap. Like, they were telling doctors smoking cigarettes right in the room while they're checking on baby mama issues, right? I mean, dude, telling mothers, pregnant mothers, to smoke. All of it. You can see commercials with this crap. I'm not making this up. I'm not, you know what I mean, calling out any information that just isn't out there. The documentary called The Light Bulb Conspiracy. People don't believe in conspiracies? Like, just look up the light bulb conspiracy. Edison developed the light bulb, but then told his scientists to go back to the drawing board because these light bulbs lasted forever, or, you know what I mean, years. He's like, the economy will never survive. Like, we're making all this money. We need these light bulbs to burn out after a certain amount of time. So people have to go back and buy more. And they just don't buy one light bulb for their house and then just never need another one. No, we got to have these people buying them over and over again. So his scientists were told they would be fired if they didn't come, you know what I mean? Like, they had to come up with light bulbs that lasted 2,000 hours or less. That's, I mean, dude, they wanted their jobs, they wanted, right, the rewards. And so all the patents that showed, you know, tools that worked were suppressed. And we've been duped into just, right? I mean, that is slavery. That is, like, we have to be serving this economy, and we have to have our little job, and, or else we are, right? Dude. So they're trying to chemically lobotomize me. They'd already choked me out for hours and tortured me. And the guys that were doing it were told that I was the bad guy when I've proven clearly with my platform and so on that, like, every time something's happened, I pointed out and told my truth right after it happened, and I made sure, you know what I mean? Like, the world knew my perspective in case anyone ever looked. But no, people they don't want to know, they don't want to hear drama, they don't want to feel like they're just bystanding and letting people get away with all this crazy terrorism and shit. They just don't look, they don't watch my shit, they don't want to hear my side of the story, they just believe what they hear and whatever, block me and join in the group of people slandering me and gossiping about me and trying to ruin my chances of support or success. And yeah, it's sad, but if anybody looked, they would see it. If anybody did actually wonder what I said during a certain time or what I, you know what I mean, when these people tried to, like, make me out to be the bad guy, like, I videotaped my interactions with my neighbor. Dude, she slandered me, and then I got attacked at the public, like they call it Sunday Fun Day, but I mean, I was just like, guys like, why don't you leave that poor mother and child alone and all this crap. I'm like, what are you even talking about, dude? Like, I've never even fucking, and the one time I was filming as I was walking on my property, and as I walk up when she's closing my gate, which she doesn't even need to go through my gate. She was just closing it to block me in for being, to be an asshole. And I was like, hey, don't be touching my gate. She's like, oh, don't be filming me. I don't want to be on film. I was like, okay. And I turned the video off immediately when I was like 100 feet away from her. Like, you couldn't even see, but I posted the proof that I wasn't filming her and how quickly I turned it off and stopped when she asked. Even though it was my land and I have every right to film what's happening on my land, I still honored her request and her wishes because I wanted to be able to talk with her without pressure, without stress, without, you know what I mean? Like, question about where I stood on things and what my rights were and all that. I just, I wanted to try to resolve things with her so that we could be friendly neighbors again. But, and then I just blocked her because I didn't want her to see my posts so she could use them against me or help sabotage me. And I don't know what her deal was with the other the other main psycho that had targeted me and caused every problem he could. She must be getting free rent or something, but yeah, I just removed myself so she couldn't sabotage me any further, and I never talked to her again. And so I didn't, And I've been good. Like, the courts they just told me not to talk about my case, and that's why I'm leaving some of these. I'm just, like, not going into the last issue because what they do is they use everything against me, and I'm not showing all the cards yet. But, I mean, I've made posts that will surface later. If, you know what I mean? So, long after I'm dead or disappeared or whatever, if I'm not able to prove my innocence and my, like, the story that unfolded that led to all of this, like, attention that I didn't want. Like, I'm not trying to get a paid YouTube channel. They've been telling me I could get paid for a very long time, and I haven't even finished the process of monetizing. I don't want anybody to, like, think I'm doing this for money or for attention or for fame or any of that crap. I've avoided fame the entire time. Like, this, I could have been a famous comic book artist when I was a teenager. I could have been a famous mycologist as I made discoveries and found, like, helped with the mushroom community, like Paul Stamets. I could have been famous for my art as I was doing paintings. I sold so many canvases in Humboldt, but I didn't expose that most of them were showing my participation in, like, hash making because it still wasn't covered by medical rights, medical right freedoms yet. So I was just being safe for my family. I was just posting pictures of bubbles on canvases at my buddy's shop, at my buddy's glass shop, and I sold canvases to other people that saw what they were, knew what they were, and it was just kind of like our little inside, respect for what we loved. That in all the ways cannabis has helped our lives and supported our mentality and our alleviated our suffering and pain and helped us with our sleep and our diet and you know what I mean? Like the fact that they want to like not allow me to use my medicine while I'm trying to prove to the courts that I don't have any problems, I don't have any, they want me to be at full anxiety. They want me to be hungry and not eating. They want me to not get sleep so that I'm foggy and grumpy. They want me to be isolated and you know what I mean? Like not have any support groups. They want me to lose my cool so that they can just validate that I'm crazy. And dude, I only throw temper tantrums when I'm by myself. I'm cursing at myself for letting it get, you know what I mean, this far. But I never yell at anybody. I've never cussed anyone out. I've never threatened anyone. Never been violent. In my whole life, I've never been violent. I've never taken anyone else's rights away or dignity, dude. I'm not, I don't even want to, I never want to compare myself to anybody else. I only want, if you've got understanding on a topic, tell me what I'm missing. Tell me if I'm led astray by some kind of, whatever propaganda or tell me. I am happy to admit when I'm wrong. I'm happy to reconsider what I thought. And you know what I mean? I try not to point it out to anybody else in a way that's just like, can you believe how dumb it is to believe this shit, to believe the news? It's common knowledge that the news is pushing shit that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't, you know what I mean? And it's not just one thing on the news. The entire network of stations, and like you've seen that one video of all of them saying that same thing all at once. Every news channel in the whole country was saying like, it's against our civil rights because social media is spreading, like anti-science propaganda, whatever. But they're only right. They're only pointing out the holes, like what should be addressed, what should be, as a community, as a global community, should be looked at and reconsidered. And so, yeah, I'm not the only one. I'm not threatening any system. I haven't made any scientific discoveries that would hurt what I understand to be the topics that are taboo. I'm definitely not the only one seeing all these UFOs and psychology tactics taken. And I totally think that we would have a healthier, happier society if everybody understood psychology a little bit better, if we all could identify when we were being manipulated, if we stood up for each other when we saw other people being bullied and weren't afraid of getting targeted too, if we stood up for science, for the scientific method, by teaching each other how science is supposed to work. So I'm not a Scientologist, and I'm not going to say anything bad about them because they are known to, right, target people, sue them, whatever, for talking slander. I see some value in their explanations for things. At least what South Park said, I'm just like, well, I guess we don't know much about consciousness. We don't know whether the brain is creating consciousness or if we're just tuning in like an antenna, like Rupert Sheldrake proved with his proof that dogs have a telepathic connection with their owners, and they're not using the sound of a vehicle. They're not. As soon as that owner got the text from the experimenters saying, okay, now hop on the bus and head back towards your house, they were told to just wander town until the until they were given the word. And it's like exactly when they got that text and went back towards the bus station, as soon as they mentally knew that they were on their way home, the dogs went from eating and running outside and doing all these random things, chewing their bone. The dog went and sat at the door and waited for their owner to come home. So there is some way dogs are able to read our minds. We make that connection when they're young. And there's a reason that they're like man's best friend. And dog spelled backwards, God, like they show us the gods in ourselves. They show us the God connection to them. Like, so I'm doing this cartoon, another channel, look out for it, Bubbles, and I'm calling it uh, Mr. Senor Dr. Bubbles. And he's, right, my psychiatrist, so I can make it how funny that he's the one who reassures my, but so to the adults in the world, and they just don't hear him. But in my mind, I can hear him talking to me or talking to himself or narrating, right? So I'll be able to do other voices when I edit it to it. And I'll do, I think it's going to be like an Italian or Hispanic type, right? That's how the senor comes in. So he's like, Mr. Senor Dr. Bubbles. And so he's my psychiatrist. But also, when Bubbles is talking to the camera, to the to the audience, he'll like look towards the camera, and if I just have him like, I'll narrate in a voice, and he'll be like, "Little does Mr. Ponder know that I'm actually God," and right, dog backwards, and how our connection, like dogs are our best friend because they're right there helping distract us right at the right time, so we don't make a wrong turn or a wrong move. They're like our secret best friends, like helping us stay on the right path without even needing to get the credit for it. They don't even need to be, you know what I mean? Like dogs just want to see us happy. And that's how I think we should all hope to see each other happy. And just wagging our tails and stoked to be a good boy and stoked to be getting treats when we are good boys and seeing how everybody's just, like dogs are so right in front of their face. They're not thinking about the past and dwelling on it. They're not playing victim. They just don't, they don't hold it against you when they get spankings or get whatever, booted or caged or whatever, all the abuse. They're just there for us when we are able to realize that having empathy is beautiful. Having, you know what I mean? Like love in our hearts, like wanting our dogs to be happy, to be, symbiotic with our beautiful behaviors, with our lives, to seeing the beauty in our growth and progress. It's just, it's beautiful. I think that, yeah, right, dogs really are just there for our hearts, for our own love to shine, for us to show each other. When you see other dog people, when you see people treating their dogs beautifully, you know, when I sold my property and I was trying to find time to organize my storage and sell my things, and I had my 3 dogs left out of the 5, and I was so frustrated. They kept ruining my things, and they kept getting it was so hard for me to make sure that they had time out and that they weren't destroying things in the car and making it harder. I felt so bad that I had to tie them up finally so that I could finish cleaning the barn out. I was finally abusing my dogs. Like everyone else just abused their dogs, keep them tied up and keep, you know what I mean, cooped up in the car, not giving them time to run around and be wild, forceful, abusive. Like I've always just talked to them and been grateful for their good behavior. And, I finally lost my temper. Squirrel chewed up my Tauntaun that I kept nice little Star Wars toy that I kept nice all the way from like 1980 or some shit. And I popped her, dude, and I felt so horrible. And then Laser kept escaping and jumping out the windows, and I popped him. So each of them, I just kind of like bopped them with my hand as I was yelling, "Bad dog," and "Don't do this." And all of a sudden, I was abusive. I was so frustrated. And I told everyone on my Facebook, I was like, please, you guys, I am not happy and it's making my dogs not happy. I need to reduce my pack to where it can function. I'm just going to hate Bubbles. I swear I'll never hate him in my life. And I'm repenting for my mistakes by admitting what I did was wrong and admitting that I'm in a situation that is inadequate as a dog owner. And I gave up Laser and Squirrel to these young hunting boys that brought them back to me one time when they ran away from me one night from where I was camping and went exploring without my, and they chewed through the ropes that had them tied. I couldn't keep them contained. And I fell asleep and I woke up and these boys were there and they were hunters. They were fishermen. I could see these boys had respect because of the way they were honorable and brought them back to me and drove around until they saw somebody that looked like they were looking for their dogs. And so they showed me their honor. They showed me their empathy. And they were local Hawaiian youngsters, like a 20 and 21-year-old boy. They might have been brothers. And I was just like, you guys, I'm so stressed. I can't do it anymore. Will you please take them? And they were like, really? What are their names? And their excitement, their passion, they were like so grateful. And it felt like, dude, like the angels were singing down from heaven and just telling me that this was the opportunity that God brought to help me resolve the problem. It was one of those moments where I really believed in God, like the way I felt. I mean, I grew up Mormon and almost went agnostic atheist in my 20s, and I've come back to my spirituality. I mean, dude, I've been going to church every weekend for like this whole year. I haven't been talking about things on my Facebook. I've been just leaving it, for the courts to find the truth. I thought that they were actually after finding out the truth, and I've been so good to not vent about my problems. I don't go into victim mode. I don't go into blasting anyone. I don't go for names. I don't want, you know what I mean? I just want to see people able to be happy. I deserve to be happy because I've done nothing but spread the light, but try to teach people what I see as being just beautiful aspects of life, that I'm excited about, passion. I feel obliged to be able to be passionate about learning, about science, about psychology, helping people see alternative perspectives besides their own little, tunnel vision view, to be kind-hearted to each other, to be helpful, to be teachers. I was so stoked when I realized that, like, through my Facebook, through me even showing my own learning process, showing how I was able to come to the conclusions that I don't know. And that not only do I not know, but the entire scientific community thinks that they do know this about that or whatever, but, right? We actually didn't really figure that out 100 years ago or 200 or 300 with Newton. Newton's laws didn't include like the magnetic field of the galaxy interacting with the sun's, like the sun's magnetic field interacts with Earth's. The way those magnetic field lines couple to each other and actually cause like instant energy transfers between Earth and all the other planets and all the sun. All of a sudden, astrology became a possibility. I just laughed at astrology all my life when I just believed in science and thought I was so smart because I got over my religious upbringing and based my new belief system on just science. But then I discovered that science was a belief system and that they were still overzealous and, coming up with these things that just, like the Big Bang is kind of like and then God said, let there be light, and boom, there was light. Well, that's still just sweeping up under the rug that we don't know. It's very easy to say we don't know this yet. We never proved that blue shift and red shift is a measuring stick for space. We just attribute a planet's mass. No one's ever weighed a planet. We just attribute the distance as so and so. We write in a number on the equation, but nobody's ever measured the distances. And our predictions aren't even on because we keep thinking that there's a planet X or Neptune's orbit and Uranus never we were looking for something further, but they weren't where we thought they would be. And when our predictions show that we think we know where they're going to be, we have to keep readjusting and changing our. So the data actually says that we don't know. And we should leave room for discovery to make adjustments in our understanding. So that's the scientific method, is being able to adapt and change our views, being able to discuss with each other how our beliefs in science don't quite match up, and not be villainized for it, for asking questions. Like, just a teacher, like a college professor, should be grateful for a student to raise their hand and say, well, wait a minute, this doesn't quite fit with this I learned in my other class over here today. We were talking about this thing like we knew, but here we are with this class, and you're saying that we know this, but we don't. Maybe we should look at that again. And then the teacher should be like, whoa, thanks for pointing that out. Oh my God, I haven't really studied the age of the ocean floor map that was only released in 2007. I did college back in the 90s, and now I'm a teacher, and you better just listen to what I say and not question anything. No, dude, they should be stoked about it. They should be stoked that the students are using their own deductive logic and asking the right questions. That is exciting. And let's stop class and let's all discuss this together. That is a good point. Student, thank you for bringing that to my attention. That here I am just teaching the curriculum, but we weren't ready to just add that to the curriculum like solid fact yet, were we? And we've got all this new data that we're not looking at as how obvious it is, that it's pointing out that we haven't got it figured out yet all the way. I love it. My astronomy book telling me that I might be one of the ones to, hypothesize and bring light to a subject, that there are still yet to be understood aspects of these concepts that we are teaching as fact, and that they're just implications. And up to a certain date, we were only so far in our understanding, but that is awesome. We might be part of the process of it. It's just like, you don't have to have a degree to ask questions, to say that you see other alternatives that might explain things more in depth and more fully. Like, that is how all scientists should stay on that page of wondering, and not be afraid to talk to their boss about, maybe my job isn't as, solid and important. You don't want to get fired. You don't want to lose your telescope time. You don't want to be telling all the other scientists you work with that we've all been spending our whole lives just working on this as if we knew. And then, we would all have to address that maybe we don't know. Maybe we were even wrong. What do we know now about people that can't admit that they were wrong? It's the number one trait all NPD patients share. They can't admit. They will divert the conversation, and if you even point out that they are abusive and manipulative by not even letting anyone talk about it, that's when they resort to violence. That's when they just bypass the whole discrediting system, and they don't even wait. They don't want the subject to be discussed. That might prove that you see that you don't know, which means you might be closer to knowing something that they just believed, or that they thought, or they've been basing their whole, career on, or whatever. They don't want the conversation to point out that they are superiority complex, power trips, people that are on power trips. So you think about, who are judges? Who are these psychologists that get to tell people whether their view is crazy or not, right? I mean, dude, our psychologists, they used to lobotomize people that were not falling in line with the narrative. They don't do that anymore, but that we know of, but they definitely chemically dull people's thought process down. And you wonder why they put fluoride in our water, and we noticed it. You know what I mean? We know that fluoride makes you submissive, makes you, right? Just like sedated in a way of just like not thinking, not wondering, not helping anyone else realize what we don't know. They just, you know what I mean? They just want you falling in line, submissive, and not questioning the narrative. And so, yeah, that's to me. I was just like, oh, well, duh. No wonder they don't want, you know. And so I don't know. I right? You don't want to threaten the dental industry, but I kind of just did. But you know, like you can look up fluoride on your own. You can look at the studies on what they found out about the effects of it. And dentists all just push it because they're part of the club. I mean, right? They have got their doctors and they've got, you know what I mean? They've got their careers and their whole system, and we all need to go to the dentist, and we all need to be, you know, we want a dentist we can trust and all that. It's so hard, and they'll all tell you use your fluoride and don't question. So I don't know. I'm not. That's up to us to use it or not, to talk about what the studies have revealed. But yeah, the commercials all just say like, gotta brush your teeth with the fluoride toothpaste, and no questions. Right on the roof of your mouth, right there by your brain, right there by your pineal gland, through a thin ass tissue. You're absorbing. Don't swallow it now, cause right? Why not swallow it? But you're putting it against the roof of your mouth through that. Like, dude, hello. That is just as crazy as the doctors telling pregnant ladies to smoke cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like the the whole cancer thing, dude. Like, hello. Chemo's so expensive. Like, all these things, like, all these people are losing their life savings to just, you know what I mean? Just survive the shit that they've been giving themselves by the food that we eat, by buying junk food. And so, I mean, right? You don't want people eating healthy. You don't want people questioning their doctors. You don't want people questioning, right? It's just so. It's a scary world to live in if we're not even allowed to try to be healthy. If we're not allowed to try to be intelligent and make good decisions for our children, for our loved ones, if we're not allowed to visit our grandparents, you know what I mean? Outside of hours and without a nurse in the room to make sure you're not like asking them too much about how they've been treated, or like that guy cut me off in the interview, and my psychologist, I tried to say, he's like, well, why do you think you could be, you know, question the narrative about, like, do you think you have any better understanding of it? Like, because I'm passionate about it. I love learning. He just like, he totally cut me off as soon as I tried to say the word love. I could not show him that I loved learning, that I loved what I do, what I focus on is seeing, like, I'm retracing the steps of humanity as I see the conclusions we came to. And I'm super excited to see when we were just too excited about stuff and trying to get our name on the Nobel Prize and trying to get patent on the whatever inventions, and people just want that attention. Their ego wants the attention. They want to get paid the most. They want to have their positions. They want respect from their colleagues without appearing to be a smarty pants to them. And so, yeah, they all just know to keep quiet. And I'm autistic, and I'm too dumb to not show my love, to not show my excitement for the discoveries, for not seeing the wrong turns we took and wanting to celebrate those by teaching, by showing, by seeing if other people see it also as, right? Suspicious Observers, the channel on YouTube. If you guys aren't following that, you type in Observers with an O. Ben Davidson, he's a great teacher. He does the morning space news every morning, And he says he points out the new scientific discoveries that prove the electric universe understanding, and shows that, like, things that we've been discussing for years, just points out more evidence that supports what we've been saying is probably the case. More evidence every day. He wakes up at 4 in the morning and posts the news, and it's like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes sometimes of just how the sun is affecting our weather. He predicts where earthquakes are likely to show up, and sure enough, like, 3 out of 4 times, he's like spot on. And he's started this website where other people are predicting earthquakes based on the sun's behavior, how fast the jet streams are the solar wind is blasting Earth, how all the systems affect each other, and how that compounded with low pressure zones can cause earthquakes. So some people have like a 90% success rate in predicting where the biggest earthquake on Earth is going to be that day. And they post it, and then sure enough, the next day we can see that their predictions were true. If that is not proving science, right? I mean, your predictions should be verified. Like, you should be able to see that your hypothesis or theory, so-called, is predicting what we will find out in the future. And then if, like, the next day we find out that was spot on, everyone should be noticing. But how often do they go back to the drawing board, or say that NASA should go back to the drawing board, and that we need a new universal theory that explains everything without the need for dark matter and dark energy and all this crap? We should be able to discuss that, help each other see where we're off course, and all help each other understand more, help each other, help the science community move forward. Like, there would be so much human progress. And I mean, I've suggested ways that would eliminate the border conflicts, that would eliminate the need for war. But, right, the military-industrial complex just makes trillions of dollars. And, I'm not trying to threaten anyone's trillions of dollars. These companies, like, could still be leading the space race. They could still be helping us protect ourselves, or helping us, with communications, with our shipping methods, with like the economy could be thriving still. And these companies could still be super successful. Even if we had universal income, even if we had light bulbs that lasted a long time, even if we had medicines and healthy diets that helped us live longer, like, doctors could still be rich as fuck. Even if we were given like a universal health care, doctors that aren't like unnecessary procedures could still be high cost, right? Like plastic surgeries and all this crap. There, some people like to, right? Like to make themselves look young or more sexy in certain ways. That's fine. It's like, but should it be like universally covered? That's more of a choice, I think. So there's room for the economy to still thrive, for doctors, people, scientists to be well paid, to get attention for what they're, to get praise for making discoveries. And we don't have to be in a rush to get your name on it or to get patents or whatever. We just notice that's the scientist that mentioned this first, and look at us out now that we're all discussing it. We all see evidence that does support that. So, hey, we're moving forward, guys. Good job. And we let go of those old beliefs that weren't helping us. They were holding us back. And so, I mean, I just love it. I love progress. I love success. I love efficiency. I think we should totally be recycling and reusing our resources and minimizing waste and, right, garbage ending up in the ocean, landfills, methane, whatever. Just, some people like to eat meat. Like, I'm not going to tell everyone to go vegetarian, but I do see that I'm going vegetarian again. I've been eating meat the last few years as I've been suffering, as I've been like, I noticed my brain feels better right after. I mean, it might be genetic that some people need to eat meat, but I can't just ignore the empathy. I can't, like, not think about how horrible slaughterhouses are, and how these cows know. They know they're with families when they are. They know that they're being separated from their children. They mourn their children being separated from them. Like veal, shit like that, dude. Like, what the fuck? You're like killing babies. What the shit, dude? Not even giving them a fair shot at life. That to me is like empathyless, cold-hearted, selfish behavior. And I mean, nobody should be treated like they're a better person because they can afford super expensive fucking tortured baby meat. Yeah, I mean, adrenochrome, all this crap, dude. Like, I don't know. I didn't believe that shit because I was in denial about it. But like, you just barely do a little research on that, and you're just like, oh shit, dude. So I tell myself that the missing children, all the missing people, maybe they're already the chosen ones. They're the ones that are in the underground. Maybe they're safe. Maybe all these, like, movies that are made to make us fear serial killers and all this crap, maybe it's just there so that we think the worst. And we don't, you know what I mean? We try to just leave it up to the police to solve the crap, and nobody's doing citizens arrests. Nobody's doing, like, nobody wants to get involved. And I just see another other possibility. I tell myself that that explains a lot. And if they are the chosen ones, then maybe they're safe. Maybe they're already in the underground facilities under the, Denver airport all the way to Area 51 and all the way across to D.C., all these places. There's, rather than thinking horrible thoughts or trying to think that anybody could just be like that mean and that horrible. It's just like maybe they use the industry to create this illusion that keeps us afraid. And that's a beautiful thought to me, that there might be, even though there's a sad mom out there that lost their kid, there's still a possibility of that kid being, like, growing up, nurtured, educated well, given everything they need, but maybe the freedom to choose to be on the outside out here, where, you know what I mean. So, like, is one sad mom, and you know what I mean, is that worth a happy kid that's outside of the cycle of abuse, that's able to live beneficial life? Maybe they got to take vitamin D pills and stay in the underworld until whatever happens up here. I don't know. It's a possibility, and nobody's really discussing it as a possibility. And to me, just the fact that it's possible, I tell myself that there's a good chance. And so, I mean, I'm not in denial about it. I just hope that that's the case. And then all of a sudden, the corruption. If the politicians, everybody asks, like, how could they go along with this crap? But if they knew that those kids were safe, that they were growing up to be our next sure bet generation of humans that are not abused and not continuing the cycle of abuse, then, dude, more power to these troopers that are just, doing what's right by not, So if that is the case, then I feel bad. If I'm blasting something that could be giving us a chance at a future that is actually truly positive and beneficial, and a future where we all can be scientists, where we all can teach each other or teach ourselves with the questions we ask without worrying about it, then, you know what I mean? I'm supportive of that. And if I knew that was the answer, then I would totally just drop it and quit discussing it. But, so I just tell myself it's a possibility, and I tell myself that would be a cause worth fighting for. And then I have a new respect for the soldiers that died. I have a new respect for the politicians that seem to be, just just chewing on pork or whatever, right? The lobbyists, they're not only just paid off, corrupt, bad guys that are just wanting attention or whatever. They might be supporting something that is honorable and hard for them not to talk about, hard for them not to discuss, but they, you know what I mean? They know that it's for the overall good. And what I should do is notice that I'm saying that right now, that even if that's a possibility, I should just maybe tone it down a little bit. And yeah, you know, it's too late, but I should not have to hide the interview that, like, my court appointed interview. They sent a psychologist to analyze my mentality. And I should have the freedom of speech, the comfortability to show the expert that they sent to decide my fate. You should hear the questions that I was asked. You should hear exactly when I was cut off and not allowed to talk about something, when my answer was starting to point out a little bit too much of real indications of the implications. You know, I'm not allowed to stand up for myself by exercising my freedom of speech. Then, I mean, dude, if anything happens to me, they make me a martyr, as I was standing up for you and everyone else on this planet. And, you know, they want to burn me at the stake. They want to crucify me. They want to, like, cut off all my resources and make me out to sound like the bad guy, so that people just go, oh, wow, yeah, that guy had it coming. And I guess he did all sorts of horrible things. Just like down the list, every horrible kind of criminal you could be. I just decided to be all of them. And they just made up more and more stories until, right, nobody even dared to be my friend out in the open, because they would get targeted too. But, like, dude, I've stood strong. I have shined my honor badge. I have told some very uncomfortable truths. I mean, I just told you earlier that I punched my dogs. I admitted that I was a fucking piece of shit for that, but I also showed you that I'm not willing to continue to be a piece of shit. I changed my behavior. I apologized to my dogs. I showed that I wanted their freedom, their happiness, their security, their life to be good. And I showed that I did not put my own selfish desire to be with them above their happiness, dude. And I gave them away. I didn't ask for any money. I gave those kids my dogs because I thought that the kids would be happy, those young men, those young hunters would be happy to have my naturally bred hunting dogs. It's in their instincts. That was what would make them the happiest, is to be allowed to be like their true nature, to be what they were born to be, dude. And that's, if that's not proof that I've got compassion, that I've got everyone else's best interest at heart above what I want, if I've proven to you that I don't have any monetization, I'm not paid yet, but Facebook has told me that I've got quite a following of people that click on my page, go and read my stuff, they see, but they don't leave any trace. They've told me that I could be very well paid, but, like, I've asked for help. I've asked for, you know, like, how do you finish the monetization sign up stuff? Every time I get, my ADHD literally has disabled me, has prevented me from finishing the sign up process. I mean, I've been trying to sign up for disability and have had to start over 4 times. I'm not able to follow through. I'm not able to make all my appointments or provide enough. You know, like, I've been diagnosed. I've got online tests that I've taken. I've got different psychologists have given me, you know, like, said I have PTSD, said I have severe ADHD, said I have autistic tendencies. Like, all of those should be valid, but instead they just go like, whoa, wow, you got, you know, I'm reading your chart here, and your doctor says you are definitely, like, showing frustrations, you know, and it's a fucked system. If I'm not allowed to show my frustrations, and I'm supposed to just like fucking conform with a smile on my face. You know what I mean? Like, I am autistic. I cannot lie. You could see my face gives it away. Me rolling my eyes and laughing when people tell me things about fucked up situations, and to me, I'm just instantly seeing the absurdity that it happened in the first place, and that people get away with the shit they do, and that, you know what I mean? It just continues. I'm like, I laugh because it's uncomfortable. I laugh because I've been through it, and I understand. I don't. I laugh to cover up the pain, and I make jokes about fucked up shit. Like, dude, when I'm by myself, I'm making jokes about fucking your grandma and time traveling back and fucking your great grandma so that I'm your great granddad. And you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's like saying, like, I'm making fun of inbredness, I'm making fun of genetics, I'm also making fun of time travel believers and making fun of relativity, and I'm making fun, you know what I mean? And it's fucked up. Like, your grandma's probably hella cool, and it's fucked up of me to make jokes about fucking her. But dude, she's good. She's a good person too. She needs her action and her pleasure. And dude, she probably hasn't had that many orgasms in a damn long time. You know what I mean? It's funny. It is. It's fucked up as hell because it's pointing to a reality that people have a hard time admitting. That, you know what I mean? Like, we apply our prejudice. That, you know what I mean? Just saying that you should only be married legally before you have, you know, or that your parents should stay together for the kids, even if you yell at each other all fucking night and cause the kids like all this inattention, watching each other abuse each other, whatever. And no, I think a family should definitely break up. Divorce should actually be priority A so that you can both have happy lives. And there's nothing but benefits from having children grow up in two different environments so that they have contrast to compare what they see. I like my mom not letting me go to other churches when I was growing up Mormon and indoctrinated. Like, indoctrination seems like abuse to me. And not letting me see other alternatives, not letting me go to other churches to see how other people celebrate their beliefs or how they came to their beliefs or how they, you know, raise their kids in these environments and how that turns out, how people, you know, either grow or stay stagnant from their upbringings, or how they continue the cycle of abuse. And just, you know, like, my dad was beat when he was a kid. He grew up on a cattle ranch, so he didn't know any other way. I forgive him for beating me until I told my counselor that I was afraid of him beating me. I could see it coming weeks before his temper built to a you know, top blowing status, and I felt like it was coming. And there's been times that just me arguing about it being my turn to do the dishes made him feel like I was disrespecting my mom, and she sicked him on me, and he went way too far. And you know what I mean? He was standing up for my mom. That's an honorable man standing up for his wife, and being told that this child was making her upset and disrespecting her and not showing, you know what I mean? Like, he just went overboard by standing up for his woman, and that's still admirable. And that's just how he was raised. I forgive my dad, and I'm not blasting him. He's such a gentle man, such a saint, dude. And he never did it again. You know, one time, I guess, when I was banging my head against the windowsill because my mom was about to find my joints, and I started screaming and banging my head. I was abusing myself, my brain. I was damaging my own brain with violent action, giving myself a big old welt, and he started beating me, and he broke his pinky and made it crooked, like me dodging. And he will think about that the last time he beat me the rest of his life, every day when he's not able to curl his fist. And that was the last time he abused me. And he changed. He apologized. He corrected his behavior. He did the classes the cops sent him to, and he got the charges dropped against him for child abuse by, you know, changing his behavior, repenting. That's what the Mormons taught. You address it. You admit your wrongdoing. You admit your mistakes to God. You correct the behavior. You make it right any way you can. I mean, you know, we didn't talk about it much after that, but he made it right by not doing it anymore. And that's the repentance process. And so I forgive him. God forgives him. He apologized. He forgave himself and never did it again. And that's repentance. And it's beautiful. It's not pushing religion to speak the truth, that apologizing and correcting your behavior, that is beautiful. It shows your growth. It shows your humility, that you can actually become a better person by not being in denial, by not pretending that you're perfect or superior, by being able to admit that you can be wrong sometimes and that you will make corrections when you see it. That is being a man, not hoity-toity and going right to violence over people fucking talking about things that might point out you're wrong. That is narcissism. And, you know, people think narcissism is looking in the mirror and thinking you're so beautiful. That's admirable too. That is not the definition of narcissism. The first sign is people that cannot admit when they're wrong. It has nothing to do with looking at your reflection in the mirror. And yeah, I mean, true, some conceited people will look in the mirror and think they're so gorgeous and not acknowledge that other people are beautiful too, or that, you know what I mean? That is the superiority complex association with looking in the mirror. But they're not looking in their eye. They're looking at their makeup, they're looking at their eyeliner, their zits, their, you know what I mean? Their muscles, but they're not looking at their own eye and asking questions to themselves. Why are these thoughts in my head? How did I come to these conclusions? Why am I so triggered right now by Mr. Smarty Pants talking about how he was wrong about something that I still believe? That would almost mean that I have to admit that I'm wrong, so fuck that guy. It's just, you know what I mean? I wasn't pointing out that they were wrong. I was pointing out that I was wrong my whole life until I made this new discovery. I was pointing out that saboteurs are coming to silence me. I was pointing out that, yeah, being triggered is a huge red flag that you're in denial about something. So sorry, pal, I didn't mean to trigger you there. I wasn't aware of your denials and stuff, so oops. But I hope that if you're smart enough, you can see that being triggered means that there's something that you might want to look at that you haven't been looking at, and that is cool. That's how we grow. That's how we become better, and that's how we are able to compare ourselves to ourselves and become better in the you know, the progress of all of our lives, going from not knowing to getting a little closer to knowing what we don't know, and then, you know, just becoming smarter, more aware, more like teachers ourselves. And dude, that's cool. Letting yourself be humble enough to admit that, you know, you might not know something, or might have been incorrect, or might be wrong, or you know what I mean? That lets your friends be philosophers, hypothetical philosophers. That's what humans used to do all the time at the dinner table, which now our family unit is being destroyed. But at the dinner table, we used to discuss our day and things that we learned today and things that made our day a crappy day or a beautiful day at work, or you know what I mean? We used to listen to each other and reflect on how that related to us without comparing ourselves to them. We just showed love, empathy, humility, respect, and we let each other talk and we listened. How rare is that these days, that you can talk without somebody interrupting, without them making it about them, without them, you know, like either one-upping your story or talking about their own, you know, progress in the field, or what they believe, or what they were told, or what they were told to believe, or what they were, you know what I mean, what they learned in school that they paid for. That's not, dude, it's not helpful. It's not being a teacher. And right, my daughter taught me more than anyone when she asked me questions about science, about what I believe, what I understand in my own progress and my own research and growth and development. And when I would tell her something that I had learned in school or whatever, I would hear myself because I knew she was going to be thinking about it. I knew she was going to be like, no, wait a minute, how does that fit? She was genius right off the bat. And so I knew she would keep me in check. And I would nurture that. I would not take it personally, but her questions would show me where I was overzealous in my conclusions or where I just believed because they said scientists, whatever. Scientists say this or, whatever. I started looking up the scientific papers. I started looking at the references on the pages or videos, or only respecting videos that showed their references. That, you know what I mean? Just, it's there. The question, you just got to dive a little deeper than the first article that you read that's got the propaganda on it, and ask yourself, how did this reporter make this out of what the scientists, you know what I mean, what the paper said? It's just, it's so exciting and fun. To me, it's just like, after all of this crap I've been through, that's what I see as the meaning of life. Straight up. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, success. Because you can't take any of that with you. And, maybe we don't take our knowledge, our education with us. But if we celebrate that by being teachers, by discussing it with the people around us, and hopefully other philosophers, people that are able to think of multiple paradigms all at the same time, and we can discuss it without our egos getting in the way of talking about the topic. Not comparing ourselves to each other, not one-upping, not saying we're better or smarter or anything. Just, this is where I've recently grown, because I thought this and then I realized that I don't actually know what I thought I knew. So that's exciting. Like, now I'm back to not knowing, and I can go back to participating in the discovery process and see if I can see a way of adjusting the hypothesis to see if we can do new experiments, find new ways of applying that new data to, to the questions that are going to set up our new experiments that are going to either prove or disprove our new version of our hypothesis statement. So the conclusion at the end of that, the scientific method is just, we either apply the new data and say that yes, our experiments proved or disproved that, yeah, this new idea was true or not. It fits or it doesn't. It explains things or it doesn't. And then we're back to the drawing board. If it doesn't help us, fit all the pieces together. Pun intended, with the expanding Earth hypothesis that seems like it should be a theory at this point because the data's there. The age of the ocean floor maps. I've looked at that map for like 100 hours, dude. There's some days where I will just stare at that thing and learn and compare. I look at Google Earth and I sit there and figure out which coastlines are exactly the same shape and fit together exactly. I'm like, whoa! Hundreds of hours looking at one map of the age of the ocean floor. I've been looking. How could I be wrong about this? How could, you know what I mean? So many people see subduction. And I'm like, where's subduction? Where's the subduction zone under Hawaii? Like the most active volcano on Earth. And we see Iceland as the next most active, right on the rift in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That is not subduction. That is a rift like opening wide, and Iceland is splitting in half. Like the two most active volcano zones, obviously, on the rifts, in the middle of the ocean, not subducting. And the Ring of Fires, you know what I mean? Like all these other random, like long-term, it's all explainable if you just take a step back from the plate tectonics belief system and realize that it's not proven. And you go back to when we were discussing and teaching both in school as possibilities. We were teaching subduction and as one possible explanation, and expanding Earth, and more scientists supported the expanding Earth hypothesis than ever. You know what I mean? Like it, and then just after the guy that proposed, the was it Birkeland who was pointing out that the aurora borealis points out the magnetic field lines of Earth and how the sun must be like interacting with Earth somehow that we are not aware of yet. Um, it's amazing, dude. Super amazing. And yeah, like after he was dead, a decade later, they were just teaching it instead of as a hypothesis, as possibility. They were just teaching it as fact and just nope, subduction, and that's what you know what I mean. Nobody even went back to look at when we decided that or how we proved it or it's just like, nope, our computer model that we entered is just like, it's just like, fuck, dude. It's frustrating. And I love science. I love math. I love, you know, like how all of the subjects fit together. Once you understand them, they fit together way more clearly. And you can see where the topics within that were overzealous conclusions, that you could see clearly how we didn't know yet, and so we should stop talking about it like we do know and just go back to the hypothesis stage and treat it as a maybe. That's all we got to do is stop being like, no, no, for sure, because we taught it that way and it's written in the curriculum. Just go back to the drawing board and say, like, maybe it's this way, maybe it's that way. You decide what, you know what I mean, what you're leaning towards as a science student or whatever. And we just leave them unanswered. Like the questions that we can't answer yet, we refer to them as unanswered and possibilities. That's all. And so like back when I was first getting into this topic, and my friend Chad was pointing out how some skeptics, like Michael Schumer, is that his name, was just always like calling out, right, like his skeptic view and how he's just like, no, no, and just like, I would point holes in his logic all the time, but like we couldn't discuss that, and just since he's the expert the TV puts on as far as being the skeptic, but I was just like, well, if that's being a skeptic, then I don't need to be a denier on what is so obviously like still undecided, undiscovered. Like I don't know, man. So I see a lot of people that are put out there to just, and so yeah, like I wonder, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's well paid, he's well respected, he's so poetic, and I respect him for being a teacher and for laying out a lot of the facts and details of the subject in a way that teaches people and gets them excited and passionate about astronomy. Like I admire him fully, and as a colleague, I am happy to have a discussion with him about any of that, I apologize for when I was just, I was disrespectful in a way. I called him Neil Ass Face Tyson or something, and, that's like, I didn't realize that, right? One day I might be working with him. One day I might be on TV discussing the pathway of discovery that I've made and seeing that we were, off course or whatever, and respectfully having a conversation about, right, what science says, how science came to these things, and I'm sure if he felt my respect and admiration for him and my humility to be able to admit when I was wrong, we would be able to have a beautiful, well-received discussion on Joe Rogan's show, on any, I would be happy to, like, and, I think we could both help each other understand better by being able to retrace our steps, and that's cool. I mean, I love that thought that we could be colleagues, and if he could accept my apology for ever, making fun of his name and for his his job to teach us, to portray what the scientific community believes so far. And, if he's looked at it and doubted or whatever, I would hope that he would be honest about that and tell me, like, yeah, I've been teaching it as fact, but you're right. I guess we never really did know that. I would so admire him for being humble enough to say those words. And I see him inching his way towards, you know, as we all see the James Webb telescope showing us how clearly we were, overzealous in our conclusions, and all these little indicators that are kind of pointing out the plasma electric universe are right on the money when they're talking, like their predictions have been like 90% or more, like just spot on, right on the money. And right, so we don't need to fire any scientists or go into some big "I told you" show kind of mode. And nobody's holding it against anybody for believing what we were told or being too busy in their job to take the time to go through subjects the second or third or fourth time before they finally see the holes and then are able to hypothesize with an open mind and able to let go of their beliefs and able to change their mind and respectfully move forward and change their method of teaching to include those holes and the other possibilities that come back to being on the table from doing so. That is admirable. That is empathetic. That is like the realist, not being in denial, not being able to not discuss how we might have been wrong. That is the admirable traits that I look for when I talk to people, when I want to work with people. I ask questions about how they, what they believe and how they came to those beliefs without challenging them or correcting them. I just like to see if people are able to admit, like, just even the smallest mistake. Somebody will bump something and drop something on the ground or bump a table over, whatever, and they'll just be like, how did that happen? I have no idea. Like, did you move that? Like, they won't even be able to, like, admit, like, the smallest little, like, spilled milk situation, right? It's just like, whoa, dude. But that, to me, is a huge red flag. If you see even a small little thing and they don't, you know what I mean? That denial of responsibility or just even possibility of having to correct. Because their ego is making it about comparison, comparing me versus them. And I mean, really, that's what I'm saying is I thought what everybody thought, and now I'm seeing that I was wrong. So that's exciting that you know what I mean? Like, dude, I was wrong my whole life about this, and now I see that there's other possibilities. And like, that should just be taking the whole room towards that conversation and being like, really? That's what I thought my whole life too. Thank you for pointing that out. That is kind of weird. But no, it's like, this guy's telling me crap I don't want to hear. Get him out of here. I'm not even, and he's saying he's better than me because, like, no, I'm not comparing. I'm excited about learning. I'm excited about teaching. I'm excited about all of us working together to get further in our, I'm excited about seeing science, like, get unstuck from the mud so we can all move the whole cart forward together. And, it's just like that. Come on. I mean, is science allowed to progress? Are we all happy with not being able to think or ask questions or talk about being in the 1% of scientists that believe otherwise when they say 99% believe one thing? And it's just like, well, dude, to me, that's the anomaly is what we should all be looking at. The one scientist out of 99 that says, wait, guys, it's not totally conclusive yet enough to say we should all like believe this yet. What do they see that we don't see? What is it that their field and their expertise, their experience has shown them that isn't quite, full blown knowledge yet? That one anomaly, the 1%, is gonna say fucking volumes more than, right, all the other 99 scientists that don't want to say anything and just want to keep their job and keep paid, keep their respect, keep their tenure, and their degree means that they're the smartest man in the world in this field, and they don't want to learn otherwise. That kids these days are seeing through that crap and making discoveries. And like high school students, dude, science awards for the year. These kids are just, nobody's villainizing a teenager for, right, all these things. Like we celebrate them as being intelligent, being smart, being, you know ahead of their time and all this crap. But yeah, someone, yeah, that's already gone to school and already whatever, you know what I mean? The degree, just let the degree do the talking for you, and don't ask me about any alternative. And I'm not, i I would love to live in a world where we are allowed to be helpful, to be teachers, to be philosophers, to be hypothetical, like, possibilities that might fit the pieces together more. That is the way science should be. That's the way everyone, you know what I mean? Like everybody would ask each other at the dinner table, like, "What do you think about this? Have you heard about the gold rush in California?" You know what I mean? Like we wanted, like, if we were coming from everywhere in the world, America was the land of the free, the land of prosperity. Like, success was available to all of us. We didn't have to be like royal bloodlines or families with a bunch of money. All we had to do was get our asses to the promised land, and we would have a chance of making it to the top just like all the others. And that's, you know what I mean? That felt like a fair chance. And people went through so much suffering and left so many situations that they were getting buy-in to give, like, freedom and progress and hope a chance. And that's, dude, I am patriotic as fuck because of that. We used to cherish hypothetical thinking. We used to love discoveries and learning, you know what I mean? Correcting our understandings and coming closer to getting it. And like, Americans were known to just be the most innovative, the most inventive, you know, like having the most spoiled lifestyles because we had all of these developments and we're the first, getting there and providing things to our public and stuff. It was like we had confidence and respect. And nowadays you go around the world and people do not respect Americans like they used to. Americans are embarrassed when they go to other countries. They're embarrassed to let people know. They'll use Australian accents and just be like, you know what I mean? Like, it's embarrassing. And that's not cool. Like, dude, we used to be the example of moving forward. And yeah, here we are at this precipice, and they've got us thinking that blue's all anti-freedom, and it wasn't very long ago that we were pointing out the red corruption, and people were just appalled. How does everyone not see that these guys are the ones that are just like pretending they're all that when they're like quite obviously like only about the lobbying and I don't know what they were conserving, but insanity. Because, dude, and progress is villainized? Like progress. Like progressives. But no, we gotta conserve the insanity, but like progress is villainized. Like, dude, what? So, I mean, yeah. Um, right? Biden was kind of trying to continue whatever Obama started, and now I've been calling it like since they switched the allegiance and the public view. Lincoln was a Republican, and then Kennedy was a Democrat, but Kennedy was standing up for the gold, whatever the standard, and the reserve being audited and all this crap, and like, right, he was standing up to the bankers, and so I'm not standing up to the bankers. Things are becoming decentralized anyway, and right, the economy's in the toilet. I'm not threatening any economy or any industry. I just literally think, like, we could attach free cryptos to our votes and give the people their vote. make their vote count as their voice and actually make us feel like we're making a difference towards choosing how our world is. Like democracy we should have faith in democracy as keeping it fair for for our own interest, our own well-being, for our families, for our lineage, for our kids to be growing up in a world where we know that we are solving our problems by being able to discuss the inadequacies, where we were wrong. That is so simple. Like that is a scientific method. You see how we were, how the data wasn't fitting the new data. It didn't make us go and change our minds or our stance. And so, right, it's like either progress, like forward, get better by working together as a team and not against each other in secret and, like in bias or, right, letting our belief systems interfere with deductive logic, like, or people even speaking out when they see holes. Like, that is not bad. That is what should be the most admirable thing. And so I broke free. I was a credit slave. I had all 5 credit cards filled up to the top, and I paid maximum amount, like 30% interest, for over a decade. I was totally like just happy to keep my mortgage paid after the 2008 crisis. Right, like the day I bought my land, my house became worth half as much by the next day because the whole country crashed. It was like I jinxed the country by buying my house because I got, you know what I mean? I was the last one in to get signed without proving all my income and all my expertise and all that stuff. They just said, whoa, you're going to give us a huge down payment? Well, man, tomorrow is going to be too late. So, yes, sir, here's the keys. You know what I mean? So, sorry about that. Didn't mean to jinx the country. Didn't mean to crash the economy with my own little purchase to get, to make sure I had a secure place for my daughter and my baby mama. And, I I've just had a really rough ride the whole time since, and I've been targeted many times for shining and celebrating my freedom in a way that everyone can see me. My head, like poking my head up and smiling like a big old dumbass, like derpy, I'm so happy. In this world, you're not allowed to show you're happy, or they will take your happiness from you. They will make sure you are just as miserable as them, and that's not cool. Like people should be allowed to be happy. I think that's in our little, right, the one of the declarations, or what was it? Just the right to find, success and happiness and right, prosperity for our children for us to be able to leave our children a good situation, for us to live, in a constant state of improvement. That's the America that I am patriotic to preserve. And all the bullshit fucking trends that are holding us back, that are keeping us from progressing, that are keeping scientists from daring to say what they see as evidence that they had to correct their assumptions, and that maybe other scientists should maybe take a step back and reevaluate too. They don't want to lose their job and stuff. So it's like, dude, that's what happens. Halton Arp, look up Halton Arp and his book about pulsars, right? And he lost his telescope time by publishing a book showing all the anomalies that he saw that don't fit into the narrative. So, yep, he died alone and unrecognized, and with very little hope for our species and our future. And I wish he could know that now, a decade or two later, people are making so many discoveries that prove that he was right, and his book is now becoming a hot, commodity to have, and people are discussing and letting go and moving forward and falling right in with the electric universe viewpoint. That model predicts successfully, and it doesn't leave anomalies swept under the rug, and it is so exciting to go back and relearn what we thought we knew. And Thunderbolts Project is the name of the channel that shares and teaches the most about the electric universe. So go right now to to your back to your YouTube search window and just type in Thunderbolts Project. Type in suspicious observers. Those are my two favorite science news, science discoveries, and teaching platforms, and just scientist after scientist showing what they've seen and discovered on their own that is just like changed their lives, totally brought them back to the drawing board, and the whole rest of the electric universe community is just like, whoa! It takes their understanding to a new level as they see how it fits exactly with what we were already realizing as we've let go and gotten back to being part of the process of moving forward together. So we've all got our own little sectors that we've seen anomalies that stood out. We've seen how, right, alternative views are fitting more logically and completely, and how the new implications and possibilities that brings to light as potential. It shows that, right, that we're not the only ones. Other people have felt like a lot of things were kind of fishy, and then you the truth speaks for itself. I mean, you feel, you like, whoa, that explains so much that I thought seemed fishy. Holy fuck! And you know what I mean? Like that's how science moves forward. And yeah, it's heartbreaking to see so many people like regret pointing out what should have been celebrated. And so, right, like, yeah, it's true. No Nobel Prizes were given out prematurely to some people that get credit for taking a hypothesis into a theory phase, and right, we just go like, whoa, damn, they must be really good at math, and their math or computer simulations like proved it. But like nobody else is checking their math, nobody else is checking their data or the track record of where their data came in, or it's just like, and when we do see that they fudge the data like they did with the climate records in Australia and on the South Pole, there were some different where we found that they were totally just making up numbers to fit the narrative and the pushed agenda. But like the fact that we proved that was happening, it didn't make the whole world go like, whoa, wait a minute, why were they fudging data? And why were, you know what I mean? Like, what does that implicate? But that there is a total propaganda behind this. That, right? And so what benefits do they have by blaming us for the changes that we see? And what consequences are there for letting them blame us, letting them sequester the real science and hide it behind closed doors, and right, making us take the blame so we can feel like they just totally should take charge and keep us out of stuff, because you know what I mean? Like, we're so bad for letting our car just go put with a little splash of carbon monoxide out, and we're just gonna like pretend that that's changing all the behavior of other planets. The whole solar system's going through changes, but it's my car's fault, so I deserve no say. And just, you know what I mean? Like, don't look at me, guys. I got an electric vehicle. You know what I mean? It still takes all the charging stations. They still have to run the power plants to charge those. Elon Musk got, put in his place about that. That's no secret. It's not sacrilegious. It's not any kind of like hidden realization. Like, we do know, but it's just not discussed on the mainstream. So it's up to us to educate each other. It's up to us to have this discussion, even if it's not pleasant for some people to admit when they're wrong. But you'll notice, if I see that I'm wrong, I admit it right out loud, and I make fun of myself. I'll make jokes about how, tutardo I am or whatever. And I don't mean for anybody else that still believes what I believed my whole life right up until this moment. That's what I would expect. I would expect you to also believe it, just like I did my whole life. And there's no reason to compare ourselves just because I let go of the belief and then I made room for these new dynamics to be included. And, I'm going to be a lot more careful about saying I'm conclusive about any of it. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong. I'm not saying the scientists of the world are all, wrong or evil or, you know what I mean? They don't. They just don't want to get fired. They don't want to lose their income, their respect, their positions. They know they're smarter than I am because they just fucking like keep their mouth shut and just keep their job and keep on. You know what I mean? But I guarantee the ones that have seen it, they're just like, oh my god, somebody's actually like talking about it. Oh my god, maybe we'll get over this and move on. In their hearts, they know, and I respect that. If anybody has the humility to admit when they're wrong, I notice right away. Those are the people I want to work with. Those are like CEOs in my company. Spirofinity, my company, was when I first started. It was created for changing the world for the better through art and love. That's it. I just wanted to use my art to portray the gaps that I saw without I'm not taking the fucking soapbox and preaching. I'm not telling anybody they're wrong and they should change their mind and think what I think. I'm not trying to be any kind of like leader or know-it-all, smarty pants, correcty pants, whatever. I just want to share my passion for learning by teaching, and that's that's cool. That's what we all used to do as a people. We used to discuss the what ifs together over the dinner table, whatever, and it was interesting and inclusive with everyone. The kids could be like, "Now, why do you think that, Grandpa? What did you think when you were a little kid?" You know what I mean? Like we would just discuss it and grow together. We're all each other's teachers. We're all each other's students, and very clear reason that scientists and people didn't even dare to stand alone and show that they thought something different or that they saw something that might prove other people wrong. I mean, dude, the pagans had to hide like their understanding of natural remedies. You couldn't talk about how a plant in nature might help you in some way without everyone in town going blasphemy and calling you a witch and burning you at the stake and just scowling at you like, how dare you say I was wrong about something? All of us were an angry mob. We were all better than you. I'm like, dude, it's scary. And it didn't change. I'm just dumb enough to think that it did for my whole life. And I said what I saw. And I watched it backfire so many times. And I was just like, why does this keep happening to me? That's my autism. Just saying what I see and not thinking about the consequences. Like right now, I've got a bunch of triggered people in the news feed down here. And, yep. Well, I see you're triggered by my questions. Well, guess what? That means you're in denial, Mr. Premature Nobelizations. I don't need no fucking Nobel, nothing. I don't even give a shit. But, dude, science is broken. And I'm not gonna fucking pretend that it's, the final say. When the scientific method is not claiming to be the final say, that means that we should still always be willing to change our minds and include new data when it requires that we change our minds without making it about us or being in a race to get our name attached to something or getting like credit or tenure or getting to name things after us or whatever. I mean, that's all so dumb, dude. Like, shallow. And you don't see, like, I'm admitting when I was wrong. I'm humble in the way that I'm trying to word things I remind you as I discuss it that I used to think this too, so I'm no different than anyone else. So I'm not calling anyone that believes these things less intelligent or deductive or anything. That is what is expected. And so the science has a way of progressing. They know this. They know that um, doubt and alternative explanations receive like an immense amount of scrutiny. And the first 10% that see something, which is where we're about getting to now with the electric universe, because of the James Webb Telescope, there is a group of scientists out there. There are like 10% now of the scientists see things the way I do. They see the holes. They see our new discoveries. The James Webb is like showing us how we were wrong, showing us new proof that there's a connection. These filaments going between the galaxies, these strings of stars going through space, not even attached to galaxies. All the infrared and the X-ray stuff. It all shows that we should go back to the drawing board. But once they get to 10% of the scientists that see that we were off course, then it makes this jump to where like now you can prove that there's 10%, like people will be like, whoa, there's actually a bunch of scientists that see this, maybe I should look. Then it goes from 20 to like 30% rather quickly, and like whatever, like a fraction of the time that it took for that 10% to fill up of people that saw the possibility that we were wrong. And then once it goes from 30, it just jumps to 50, and then dude, from 50 to 90%, like all the scientists left that are standing there going like, whoa, I don't want to be caught holding this bag. And still like, like where all these scientists see what's more likely the implications. I don't want to be the last one to come back. And there's something funny about that last 10% to come back over. Those are clearly narcissists that can't admit that they're wrong. And they pretend that they thought that shit the entire time. You could look back and see them like, no, for years, just like villainizing people that thought differently. But then as soon as like most people think that, they just pretend that they thought that the entire time, and the discussion is not allowed to go back to how difficult it was for them to even doubt what they thought they knew. And so, that's funny. That's just ego. That's just human nature to have, what I mean, a delicate ego and want to think that, right, we're just as smart or more superior, more smart than other people, I mean, so I'm not anywhere near saying I'm right that. I'm not better or not smarter or not. Ultimately, I'm very dumb because I do shit like this and I say what I see. And I forget that, you know what I mean? Like, dude, like half the class just wants to see you fail so that they feel superior. So I wonder why I've been sabotaged so much. I wonder why I've been all, you know what I mean? Why my instant success in DJing was celebrated for a minute and then villainized, and everybody tried to make, you know what I mean? Like make it out like I was just out to get attention and money and like shows and get all the girls or whatever, dude. I wasn't charging for my free parties. I was just excited to play music for people and get everyone dancing like wild and bouncing off the walls and having fun. And you know, I was I was just happy to share any of that with people that wanted to enjoy it. You know, I loved seeing people happy, and making people happy made me happier than anything else I've ever done. I had so much fun with that, and I miss it immensely. I miss being able to even go to dance and feel safe. Like, right? Nobody's asking that question. Like, why is this guy not allowed to dance? I'm not like that good of a dancer to where I'm threatening anyone's ego, but I do let my body flow with the music, and I get down. I get wild, and I'm a little bit of a ninja, a little bit like a Michael Jackson and stuff. Um, grabbing any, not grabbing my pussy or nothing, but I will do some hand swings and some stances on my toes and do right the little. Um, I mean, I don't quite moonwalk very well, but I am a lunatic, as in a moonwalker, like lunatic, someone who loves the moon and right follows the moon cycle, like thinks about right. Just never mind. Lunatic, lunar, Luna. Um, how dare you be a supporter of the moon, lunatic? So yeah, I'm that, and proud of it, and I love hypothesizing about the moon. I know it's moving away from Earth rapidly as as it spins around. As we're tidally locked, that's pretty suspicious. Like, whoa. And right. So I'm noticing how the Bible is true, how global floods could totally be caused by micronova events, by huge coronal mass ejections. How that amount of rain could just come down all at once as the hydrogen from the solar wind bonds with our oxygen atmosphere instantly and just becomes torrential rain and, right, flooding and sea level rise, all that shit could just happen like that, dude. Like, and yeah, like Noah could have been getting help from some kind of entities. They could have been orbs, they could have been aliens coming down as the form of humans or of God, or however, you know what I mean? Like, whatever would be acceptable to people's shock factor, to their, like maybe angels can appear as other people or as our, right? Like I was talking about Bubbles being God, like my dog. Like, I, I can't say he's not. He's shown me miracles, he's shown me love and compassion, and all my dogs. I miss my pack, and you know, they they frustrate me, but I'm just grateful, and what they show me, and how they make me humble and empathetic. I don't ever want to make them afraid of me or fearful or have bad habits that will backfire. I just want to see them happy. I want to see you happy. I mean, dude, even the haters that were sabotaging my life, I forgive them. I forgive people that were, just doing what was the trend for everybody, you know what I mean, in town. It was just like, make me out to be like so horrible without any proof or any, you know what I mean? Like, they would just hear, like, well, I heard somebody said that and they said they saw you. And I'm like, dude, just watch my channel. If you want to go look at least hear my side, if you're curious at all what happened, and listen to what has like logical explanation. I can tell you why the person was triggered, why they would be beneficial to, like, ruin my situation or make me out to look crazy. And, like, if you go back and look at their explanations, it doesn't make any sense, and there's no proof, and there's no, right? It's just like, how many times I've been set up and proven it to the courts that I was being set up. I had the respect of the whole police force because they were called out to my place, to my land so many times, like dozens of times the police were called on me and people were trying to make up crap about me, but I provided evidence, I provided rational descriptions of how things came to be, you know what I mean? Where I have like 5 people saying crazy stuff about me, being so scary and shit. When I've got a video of me standing there going like, I'm not doing anything, guys. Here, I'm setting my machete on the ground so you guys aren't worried. I just wanted to play with you fire spinners, and wanted to light my machete on fire so I could dance with it. I'm not, the girl, she told the police I put it against her neck, and like other people were like, oh, well, yeah, I think that happened, and they didn't know, like, no. And I had the whole thing on video. So of course the police left me, giving me high fives and laughing. I even said that time, as they all left giving me respect, I was just like, I love you, officers. And the last guy walking away was just like, we love you. I couldn't believe it. The cops said that. Like, they thought I was funny and respectful. And I mean, I just let them right in and showed them. I signed the paper that said I signed my rights away to have an attorney, and I want to speak for myself because you guys are going to laugh after you hear this story. And the officer saying to that, he's like, well, that would be unprofessional of us. But they were all trying to hold a straight face. You know what I mean? It was beautiful. It was one of my moments in my life where I'm like, dude, honor and truth pay off. Like, I've got the respect of the whole police force, and they see how I'm trying to help them, reduce, like, the problems that are about. Like, and that feels worth it to me. It feels like taking a whole bunch of gaslighting garbage from a bunch of doopy deeps that don't know fucking shit about Like, our system is supposed to protect us. We're supposed to be treated innocent until proven guilty. It does not fucking happen that way. People spread gossip and they just spread it without any knowledge. They don't have anything to do with it. The people they heard from didn't have anything to do with it. There's no fucking proof. The proof is there for what I'm saying on my channels as I document everything. But nobody looks. They don't want to look it up. They just already wanted a reason to hate. So it validates and they just don't look again after they decided to hate. So that's not love. That's not growth. That's not respecting. That's not innocent until proven guilty with our system that is here to protect us. That's not respecting my rights or their own rights. It's just letting the system become corrupted. They're letting, the corrupt oppress, and they're continuing the cycle of abuse. So that's not all right with me. I don't want my kid to grow up in a world where she doesn't feel comfortable enough to say, this is uncomfortable, this is unreal. You know what I mean? Like, I stand up for her right to learn, I want my kid to have real freedom and the ability to improve at her own pace, at her own will, without being afraid, without daring to speak her truth, or, you know what I mean? I was gonna make a joke the other day, because I just had this friend that was gonna hang out with me, and she made a comment 2 or 3 times about having small boobs, and I just wanted to say, yeah, it's actually my preference, without sounding creepy or whatever. But so I didn't say it, but I almost jumped on my Facebook later and said, I want to live in a world where I'm able to say out loud the kind of boobs that I do like without all the other boobs taking offense and making it about them and getting all fucking hoity-toity and fucking trying to fucking shoot me down for actually having a preference, you know? Because, yeah, I like those small little perky guys, with the big old, whatever, dude. And, yeah, I never did have a thing for, I mean, I love them all. I love all the boobs, but, the little athletic type, girls could probably kick my ass in a jiu-jitsu match. That's kind of what, But, not yet. We're not there yet, so. I love your boobs, no matter how they is. I just, full on respect. That's the way God intended us to be, and, So I don't mean disrespect. Right? Surgeries, people are allowed to do whatever they want to their body. Except for me, I'm not allowed to explore my own consciousness or, be my own doctor in any way. No. We need to have psychopaths assigned to be our psychologists by the court. And we need to have psychopaths that want to fucking like sabotage our health for to be on the whole. Like, dude, the medical industry is just so fucking, like, insurance scams, like, the whole thing is just set up against our well-being. And that's, like, we should trust our doctors, we should trust our system, and be able to get the best health care. I mean, you would think if we were number one, like we claim to be, you would think that we should at least be able to have, like, top quality health care. Just, no, sure. So, I mean, here I am calling out the medical industry too now. I'm not trying to cause any doctors to get fired for doing their work. Just keep on doing. People want to go to their mainstream doctors, and more power to them. But, like, people should be allowed to have holistic alternatives, to try those things out on their own first, to see if there's natural remedies or doctors that are, it should be our choice. And, yeah, so, I mean, I guess in that sense, I support end-of-life assistance, even though, like, I would never hurt myself. I would never, right? Like, allow something that would, allow, like, the continuation of people being optionless and hurt and forced to be unhealthy in certain ways or forced to take action. Um, like, dude, does anybody care about freedom anymore? Like, I can't believe this is the planet I'm on. I'm, uh, I'm sorry, dude. I cannot pretend that this is okay. And that's my autism. I can't lie to you about it. My face will just go like, what did they just say? Like, my face gives it away. Like, I can't lie. I don't even try to lie. I've never tried. Like, girlfriend, I tell them shit that, I'll point out. If they ask me if I'm attracted to another girl, I mean, I can't be like, oh no, baby, you're the only girl that's attracted to me on the whole planet. Like, I'm just all like, how could you not be? She's gorgeous. You know what I mean? I can't lie to my partner. You want me to lie to my partner for her delicate ego? No, dude. But from now on, you can guarantee I'm going to be testing out the ego of anybody that wants to be my partner, business partner, love partner. You get to show me that you're humble enough to admit when you can be wrong and that you can not rub it in, or, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm wrong, tell me good job for noticing. Proud of you for being humble enough to admit that out loud. Note taken. No way you're a narcissist. You know, I don't have a superiority complex. Very much in the real and happy. Celebrate when I'm wrong. I thank you for pointing it out to me, and publicly and immediately, and right, I correct my assumptions and I open it back up to hypothesis phase, and I'm right back to the drawing board where NASA should be rethinking everything. Where, right, all the scientists should just be like, "Whoa, dude! Did you notice how all of a sudden we're back to the drawing board? What do we all think about that? Let's discuss it." But, yeah. So this is why secret societies had to exist back in the day, because they would be killed at, like, burnt at the stake as witches for being scientists, for helping humanity progress, for saying that the church was pushing false information, or the king, whatever, didn't have it all figured out too, or whatever, right? So the church was in cahoots with, right, the control freaks, and they all just like kept everybody in the dark, in the dark. So, and then they villainized light giving. Lucifer, light bearer, or the bringer of light, light bearer, teacher, spreading understanding and education. So, teacher. Lucifer is pretty much like, villainizing teachers. And then the church is just like, I don't know, burning in hell for doubting the narrative. So, yeah, dude. I don't support witch burning. I don't support not having the discussion. And for evil preachers to just, like, be able to, like, go, whoa, they weren't giving me all the power and control. They questioned what I said and what God told me to tell everybody to keep them in line. They would just, like, point and go, witches! And who's gonna doubt the preacher, right? So, yeah. The secret society guys, they had to promise by pain of death to not mention their secret club, to not, So I'm guaranteeing back then there was no autistic guys in the secret club, because they just, what I mean, just shoot the stupid shit right out of their face when they see it, like I'm doing right now, and not thinking about the delicate egos that they're triggering. They just thought people would be happy to learn. They just thought they were helping, and that's not something to villainize people for. Being helpful, that's sad. Um, taught my daughter to be helpful, respectful, open-minded, um, self-regulating. She didn't need to be controlled because I gave her respect and freedom. And that's what I'm saying. If we treated our people with respect and freedom and covered their bases, made sure that they had options to get healed, to get help, crime would disappear. All the problems, I mean, dude, all the problems of the world would just go poof in no time. Within a generation of us making sure the kids were not isolated with abusive mentality like indoctrination or fear-minded control tactics, and treated like starting with baby talk and um, giving them the toy they're screaming about at the store for temper tantrums and shit. Like, dude, if all the other parents in the aisle went like, dude, you just gave him the toy after he made an embarrassment and terrorized everyone else's good time by insisting on getting his way or else. That's, you gave in to terrorism. You don't let terrorists win or they just level up the oppression. And that, dude, we should all teach that and respect people who are willing to point out what might be taken triggeringly. And I don't know. So, yeah. I hit a point where I took abuse so long and so hard. I've just been silent this last year. I have not been telling anybody the crap I've been going through and the levels that, you know what I mean? I see the conspiracies through the court systems and all the, the doctors that have like turned on me behind my back. And I mean, I think I can trust my counselor, therapist, but she has to tell if I say anything that makes her think that I would be dangerous or having, some kind of episode that might be. I think she has to tell, but I haven't ever told her anything like that because I'm always honest, open, and she supports me. She gives me props for being self-educated, for having, you know what I mean? Like for having so much passion that I just went out when I was banished from society. I just would drive down with my dogs and go to the desert and drive around looking for where the lightning struck. Like having enough drive to just go. I was almost broke. Instead of working, just going down to look for lightning strike fulgurites, like glass, like lightning glass. And just almost every time I would go down there, I would find more. And here's Mr. Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles loves the desert. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, he's such a good boy. Oh, yeah, we love the bubbles. Oh, we love the bubbles. Yeah, he's my bubble boy. Oh, he's so good. What, you need to go outside? Speak. I want to hear it. That's the subsonic. I want to hear it. Speak, whisper. Oh, good boy. Here you go. Good boy. All right, stay close. No chasing. See, I give him trust. I give him respect. I show him love and honor, and he's allowed to have freedom. And he makes mistakes, and I grumble and scrub. You hear at the end of the video, I hear him chasing a cat. Crap, I'm going to have to get him on a leash. But at the end of the video, I left it on there for you. If I was narcissistic, I would have hidden the very last 10 minutes of just me walking back to my car, forgetting that my phone was recording, and I start checking notifications or something. I didn't even notice it was recording still, and I didn't notice him. He still, had his leash on or something for another 2 minutes or something, and I looked back in the seat, and he was chewing on his leash again, and he already ruined one little harness, and I was just like, oh, bad dog. You guys hear me at my full-on schooling, scary, like like the most, manipulative control tactics I've taken on my little baby to let him know I mean business. When he was, causing me to have to buy another $15 harness or whatever because he just chewed the last one like the week before. And I was like, no, biting the leash. And he was just like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And that was, of course, the last time he ever tried to bite the leash. So problem solved, but I left that at the end of the audio so you could hear me on my own. And, go ahead and judge away. Some people will be like, see, oh my God, it is crazy, mean aggro, whatever. But you don't hear me hit him. You don't hear him yelp. You don't hear anything. I just grumble. And what do dogs do when they school? Like when mama dogs school their babies, they nip their ears, they growl, and they just, you know what I mean? So that's what I was doing. I was growling and being like, oh, this is how you know this is not okay. That's how dogs learn. You can't, explain the scientific method and crap to the dogs. You just have to be like, you will get growled at and potentially feel like you are, in danger of getting nipped. And so, yeah, like I left that embarrassing last scene on there, so people that have deductive logic will just be like, oh wow, he could have deleted that, and that is him admitting he's wrong. That is him. You know what I mean? They'll see that as proof that I was telling the truth through that entire interview. When I was talking to the psychologist, and you could hear him quickly shut me down for saying words like love or autodidactic, and pointing out that I have taken intelligent routes to come to my understandings at their current stage. And I'm willing to stand alone when there's 99 other scientists who say, like, no, I learned it in school this way, and it was on my test, and I answered it right, and I got an A, so that means I'm right and you're wrong. I'm all right being the 1% or whatever of just saying, like, well, I mean, I do think that too, but then I actually, like, read my book a second time, and now I am back on the questioning page. So, one day, the world will see that I was an honorable scientist. One day, I will inspire others to think for themselves. But as of now, I have been given very much trouble for it, and people block me out. Bubbles! Bubbles! Come on, buddy. Come here, bud. Bobby Dubs! Come on, buddy. Oh, good boy, good boy. Oh, he's such a good Bobby. Oh, he's so good. Oh, yeah, he's good. Oh, I should give you a treat for coming. Oh, good boy. Oh, wait, you were just chasing a cat. You don't get a treat for that. Come on, come on, come on. Now chasing kitty. So, here's Bubbles' butt for everyone. I hope you like that. That's a butt for you. Oh, man, I'm hilarious. Yeah. Doggy ass in your face. Oh, man. So, I guess I made my point. And I hope, you're one of the ones to see me as being real. Oh, I'm blocking my vocals here. I hope you can see that I'm trying my hardest to not cause problems. I haven't made any discoveries that would violate Secret Service or secret clearance. Secret Service. Um, what do they call it? Top secret clearance. And right? I mean, I'm only saying what, like, the other scientific discoveries that are surfacing point out to me. And right, like, why is it out there if it's a threat? So I just, like the new Information Act, the Freedom of Information Act. They still, when the CIA releases papers, they black out like half of the shit. And like, if you notice, you can fill in the lines in between. You can, you know what I mean? So like, we went from talking about this to this, and there's all this missing. Probably pointing out some of this phenomena that we've been, people have been called conspiracy theorists for pointing out, or whatever, right? I mean, it just says that, right? So I'm not the only one, and I'm not like a threat because of that. Like, I can point out that there's YouTube channels showing this, or you know what I mean, somebody's deductive logic as being overzealous, overexcited, premature in their conclusions, and I'm not making it about them versus me, or I'm not comparing. I'm just saying I used to think this, and this is what I learned that made me second guess where we should be standing on this. So it's just, that is cool. And that is how we make progress. That is how we grow. That is how we get further. That is how we address the psychology issues that are holding us back from having intergalactic access. We're not allowed to fly through the galaxy and to, seed life on all the planets and all the other systems, we're not allowed to participate. Like there might be some intergalactic treaty that's made so that when new levels of intelligence are reached on planets, radio signals don't give away our position to predatory or fear-minded alien species that might just go around wiping out life every time it tries to surface or whatever. I think we're being helped. I think that if you look at the things that they're, you know what I mean, like the behaviors of these objects, or some of these situations as presented, it seems like they're trying to help us progress. Like the Nazca lines show that there was obviously sky vehicles that were supposed to see this from the sky. I saw this cool hypothesis the other day on a YouTube video of this guy pointing out that, not only that is seen from the sky, but look at what they've made pictures of, like the whale and the dragonfly and the hummingbird and all these creatures that have pretty, like, advanced evolutionary traits, and they're not always explicable in an evolutionary type. You know what I mean? Like there's just jumps in evolution all of a sudden. And right, the whale being on there. Whales, they eat plankton, but they also poop huge, and all the plankton thrives off of that too. So there's a whole cycle. There's a whole food chain cycle that is what produces 30% of our oxygen. I mean, our atmosphere is 30% oxygen, and it didn't always used to be that way. But like, or something like, I can't remember what percent. I think it's the bigger half of Earth's oxygen. You can look it up. Is produced by plankton, and like these, just you can look at the ocean certain times of year, and there's just continental plate size masses of plankton just thriving and producing Earth's oxygen like constantly, more than the trees, more than and yeah, like they kind of just appeared, and then nature changed after that, and so these Nazca lines could be pointing out how Earth is a science project for whoever did the seeding of life, whoever did potentially breed us as workers, or as, and if that's what happened, the Sumerian tablets saying, right, the Anunnaki and all that stuff, if that's like and you, they look at, compare it to the Bible story and how that actually fits with like all these different narratives about, Christ dying for 3 days and coming back and being born with a virgin mother, all these things. Adam giving one of his rib bones for Eve to be created, marrow being produced in the ribs, and then being full of stem cells. It'd be a great source of stem cells to be able to clone from, or whatever. Like all these stories fit the not the Navajo. What is the tribe? Paiute. It's not the Paiute. It's the PAW. One of those. Anyway, starting Native American tribes in Utah or something. Their story with the god of war Mars, and a river coming down from the god of war, and all the mammals following down this river onto Earth, and how that, you know what I mean? Like, and then the jump of mammals all of a sudden after the. And then the timing of the ocean floors all sinking down into the rifts to exactly 70 million years ago, when all the continents fit together perfectly like puzzle pieces, no subduction needed. But what else happened 70 million years ago? The extinction of the dinosaurs. So it's like almost like Earth's expansion rate increased, and it just started like opening up, the whole Pacific opened up at the same time that the dinosaurs went extinct. It's just like the surface, the gravity changed. So the dinosaurs wouldn't even be able to hold up their own body weight if it was still an Earth 55% the diameter that it is now, 1/3 the mass, and therefore 1/3 the gravity too, right? So, or whatever. It's that's a huge implication. That like the earth was changed so that mammals could thrive and that, um, right? So there wasn't even a need for continents in and out of the water. Like when it was all touching, the whole surface might have been ocean because the continental plates hadn't been scrunched down like, as they get onto a wider and wider, as the sphere grows, there's buckling, and that's when the mountains, you know what I mean? It's like all like this and smooth, and then it buckles, and the edges kind of go up. That explains mountaining without the need for subduction. It's way more logical explanation for mountaining. Like what the fuck would push one plate under another one? Like there's no side force. Like the side force, like dude, they would just like bump into each other and barely buckle on the edges. But no, the mountains are like a third of the way into the plate, right? As it would all the way to one side of the plate, and now the other side would just finally break and buckle. It would just leave nowhere for those mountains to go but up. And that is a reason enough to defy the gravity enough to get like, what? How tall is Everest? 30,000 feet or some shit, dude. Like, well, it's a long way to. Anyway, push up from sideways to underneath to up to just whatever, man. So I like it when I see explanations that point out that I was wrong and that I can rethink everything again. I go back to my astronomy book. I go back to different hypotheses and look at when they were accepted and when they were adopted more and put into the curriculum. And anyway, it's my most exciting moment is when I find out I'm wrong, and I love it because it puts me back into the learning phase, and then I go dive in with my ADHD learning process, my they call it hyper learning mode. And yeah, you can't get me to talk about anything else. You should have seen how annoying I was when I was learning to blow glass. I was not. You couldn't get me to think. I mean, you couldn't get me to shut up about it for more than 10 minutes before I would start using words people didn't know around me. They'd just be like, "Are you going to talk about this all day?" Because I mean, I could go find something else to do. They didn't want to learn the new words like lattichinos and all these crap, Ratticellis, millis, all these things like that are hard to understand concept-wise if you don't even know the basics of how glass blowing works. So I would just be talking to, just talking out my ass, but it was on my mind, and I was learning. Even every minute I wasn't on the torch, I was still learning to blow glass in my mind because I was thinking about it. I was thinking about the possibilities and things that I want to try the next time I'm on there, ways I want to test out the parameters and see how it works or why things crack or how I can fix cracks after if I just stay in the flame and don't freak out and panic or get frustrated and throw the thing off across the room like a lot of glass blowers did and just break the shit and start over. I would still, you know what I mean? I'd use all the broken pieces for something else, pendants or whatever, and just be like, how can I make the most of this? With every step of the way, I'm just like, how can I look at the bright side or the positive side or solutions? I'm a solutions guy. And, if you ever catch me showing my ego, acting like, you know what I mean, arrogant or anything, please point it out to me. Please don't be afraid of my ego. You can tell me anything, and I will be grateful for your trust in my response and my honor, my humility by being a real friend. And you know what I mean, like pointing out if I'm coming across as abrasive or um, what's the word for it? Not derogatory, not demeaning. What's the word I'm thinking of? Like superior, but like, um, you know what I'm saying. So, right? Point it out. I appreciate it. Be a friend. Be a philosopher, and let's have a conversation. There's nothing wrong with that. And sure as hell ain't a reason to burn someone at the stake for having a different opinion. You know. So yeah, mob mentality, very real. Groupthink, Yeah, narcissists, they protect each other's egos because they know. They just like, Naysayer! And yeah, team up and villainize and destroy. So, yes, don't be one of those. Be humble, grow, get better, be proud of your growth. It is hard to be a good person, to be a better person than you were yesterday, to be humble about it. That is admirable, and I respect it. So, yeah, if anything happens to me, you know I would never hurt myself, and you know who all the gaslighters were that were trying to ruin my reputation. And so that makes it pretty clear about who might be behind, you know what I mean? Any foul play. And I'm trying. And I'm trying not to be triggering. I'm trying to be the best person that I can be. And I will even give my chair. I mean, dude, I miss him, dude. My pack is gone. I just, like, you know what I mean? I couldn't take the stress. I sold my land for 1/3 of what I put into it, just to get away from all those people that were making my life hard in every way possible. And I have not had a single problem since I got out of there. Because, right? I'm no threat anymore because everyone's made me out to be crazy, so just let them all, think whatever. And I haven't said shit this entire you'll notice my social media, my YouTube has only been jokes and goofiness and stuff about bubbles. And I've made posts and, recorded things. And I just put like the release date for in the future, if I'm throwing the loony bin, then guess what? Videos are gonna just pop up like at intervals to just like tell the truth, and you know what I mean. They just don't. I don't want. Yeah, they've done enough damage to my life. They've ruined all my capabilities, and I'm done being bullied. I don't care. Fucking villainize me all day. I've shown the truth every step of the way, and you know, fucking you've hurt me. You guys aren't, but they have as much as they can and taken my support system away. And I'm hurt as much as you can hurt somebody. You know what I mean. I felt it, and it's almost like I just don't have any more pain that I could feel because I'm already suffering as much as could be possible. I just can't even imagine somebody like crying as much as I have this last year or two. It's sad, but I'm getting better. I don't cry every day anymore, and I don't do it out in public. I I uh, I keep it positive. I try to tell the stories without blasting anyone. I just leave names out of crap, and just try to keep it simple. About the psychology lessons that I learned, and not playing victim. I'm not going into story and telling people like boo hoo poor me. Instead, it's like I can feel proud of myself that I've grown to where I don't even let myself go into victim mode, and I can discuss the losses and what I used to have going for me support wise, and how different it is that I'm alone now most of the time, but I'm happy being alone because I get to focus on the questions and on the self education by research as I go. I could just no distractions. I just dive into it until I feel like I've got a better grasp on what's really going on, and that feels like progress and success. And the deeper my understanding goes between all the different subjects, the more I am excited about the subject and all the related subjects because I'm getting somewhere with it, dude. And the new discoveries, the new like James Webb photos and all these things that have been supporting these things that I've said, whoa, maybe it's this way, and that would make more sense. All of a sudden I'm like, there it is, there's the evidence, guys. We've been waiting for this for years. Oh my god, this new telescope's so fucking cool. Oh my god, you guys. Dude, I love it. And yeah, I'm not dissing math. I'm just saying I'm not going to base all of my beliefs off of formulas that don't include all of the factors and don't describe reality very well. You can't tell me You know what I mean? Like a planet's mass is so and so because of, we've never measured it. There's no proof ever that Newton's laws explain shit. It's just like some made up numbers and factors and shit. You don't like. There's 3 fudge factors in every formula. It's not algebra. That is fudge factor, hoobajube, and yeah, it's a diversion from the conversation continuing. So, again, I apologize if I've ever made anybody feel a sudden burst of rage because I said that I've now come to a conclusion that I was wrong. Not pointing my finger at anybody else, not comparing, but and I'm trying to be careful with people's egos and not make it about me versus them. But I mean, that's up to them if they're the ones comparing and they see that I'm shining and happy about, you know, moving forward. And, you know, if they're struggling inside, I'm compassionate. I'm forgiving, and I wish them the best. I hope they get unstuck one day and let themselves progress and learn and become better too without making it about other people. I wish that for everyone. I wish happiness for everyone and a good life. Like, nobody should be so miserable that they're making other people around them miserable. That starts with a little kid that's throwing a temper tantrum, threatening everyone's peace of mind, and showing that, you know what I mean? If I don't get what I want, then I'm making everyone miserable. Dude, that's like, by definition, like terrorism. They're throwing terror, like night terrors. Wait, temper tantrums? I mean, okay, yeah. Terrible twos, terrible twos, terrible twos. Yeah. So, anyway, whoa, turn the lights out. And oops, holy shit. Oy, oy, oy. So, yes, I'm concludifying and saying I love you. I really do. All of you. Even if you got poopy pants, you know, I just hope you're not stinking up my room or stuff. But, you know, you get diaper change one of these days and you're not able to just keep shitting every time you think, you know, it's about you. But one day you'll be able to change your drawers, you can keep them dry, and we can have a conversation if it don't become like comparative. And we all move forward together. That would be beautiful. And then the aliens might let us have access to the rest of the galaxy and on. And that's exciting. Like Star Trek or whatever, right? That could be our future. Uh, you know, Star Trek's still got the little bit of the American we're always right kind of attitude going. I noticed. But, you know, we'll correct those behaviors by the time we got access. And, you know, yeah. The Klingons can let go of your butt hair and not make you like a permanent poopy butt. And, right, we can play chess with them without anybody flipping the board and shooting each other. So, let's look forward to that. And, you know, don't be having no babies with no Klingons. Just in case, you know, they got the violent tendencies. We want to notice scientist minds, not violent minds. So, and yeah, if I make violent jokes, it's because that shit's fucked up and absurd and ludicrous that we have to deal with it. So, it's just my way of saying, like, come on already. Are you fucking serious? Okay. So, yep. May the force be with you. And let's just hope, right? All the shit talkers stopped because they know they look like shit fucking trying to ruin me. Everybody, my friends they eventually started standing up for me and say like, dude, you know that shit isn't real. You know who was throwing the fucking shitstorm his way every chance he got with this little circle time at the end. And who scammed me on my land, and you know what I mean? Like, dude, the story is apparent if you get the balls to look. And yeah, I know I got a lot of videos on my channel, and can't expect you to watch them all. But and yeah, when I do movie scripts for them in movies, I'm not gonna name names. Nobody, but the people that are directly involved and were involved at the time, they'll know who the reference is, who the new character is, and the name might sound a little similar, right? But not. I'm not gonna blast anyone for the rest of their lives by exposing, you know, the horrible things that they've done to me. But they will know the character that they represent. They will know how spot on this story is to the reality, because I'm going to base it on truth and my perspective. And yeah, some of my stuff that I'm going to put in there is going to be hallucinations without going into drug use or whatever, but I'll know that there's a chance that things didn't happen exactly like I recollect. But it can show how perception and state of mind and right panic, fear of flight, things like that, they can all change perspectives. Police know that they get 10 different versions at a crime scene, and they see the commonalities, the common archetypes. They know who is mostly telling the truth, and you know what I mean. They're already aware of psychology and how much people project and how much people refuse to admit their own wrongdoings and try to play the blame game and victim mode and all this crap. So they're, you know, they see right through it. They're like the adult babysitters, and they see the tactics people use, and they see when someone's being genuine and like recalling directly from recollection. That's from right, just from whatever they're from their memory banks and not filtering. Right, it's just, you know, kind of like I talk and don't think about the consequences or being triggering until like a second later, and I'll be like, oh, besides, of course, all you superior geniuses out there that are obviously so smart you don't ever need to learn again or change your mind about anything because you already know it all. You're already perfect, right? So I'm still very flawed, but I'm getting drastically better, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy for a future that might provide that opportunity for everyone. Happiness, you know? I think it's right, prosperity and happiness, and the Declaration of Independence and interdependence, and yeah, I believe in equal opportunity, not being born into privilege and then abusing that privilege over people that weren't born into the. That's not. It's not equality. That's not freedom. And it's not helpful for people that need the help the most. We should be lifting each other up, elevating, educating, and providing that chance to be happy for everybody. And, you know, we all laugh at the absurdity of when people think that they're better because of whatever reasons. We're all just different. We all got different talents, and we all got different capabilities. Like not all men are created equal or in equal predicaments, but we could try to provide equal chances of happiness by helping each other get there. And yeah, that's the future I want to see. I see it as very possible, just right around the corner. We address the psychology issues causing the cycle of abuse to continue. And then we all help each other like correct that behavior by right? Sticking up for each other's rights and for like the sanity of like giving ourselves room to grow and become better. That's cool. To me, that future is right there, and it's not hard to achieve at all. We could easily do this. So back in 2010, I thought this all through. I wrote out the Declaration of Interdependence for the occupiers, and was just trying to hand it off to him. And I was making a trip down to Oakland, and that's when the undercover police started rioting and breaking windows, and then the looting started, and everybody would just, went along with it. Like, oh, this is what we're doing now. Okay, mob mentality kicked in, and then they shut it down, martial law. So this, you know what I mean? It's like right when I was about to provide a solution that would have worked, and now, dude, I came up with $1,000 a month equality credits, the crypto attached to these votes, so everybody would want to participate in the voting system, and we could attach questions to make sure everybody knew how their outcome was going to, affect reality, and then so people would become educated. They would choose. The incentives were to becoming educated so that they could vote, so that their votes could count more times as they answered these questions right, showing that they knew how that was going to affect the world, and then get paid for that too, and equality credits given every month for everybody that's just part of the system, of the voting system. It'd be outside of boundaries, outside of, right? So you wouldn't have to be from any country. It would just be providing freedom and a vote to everybody that wants to help vote on stuff that they see that needs adjustments, and the world would just get better as everybody wanted to be part of seeing the holes that we could fill in and make better. That is cool. I spent months. I didn't blow glass. I didn't do my garden. I was just thinking, and I would talk to friends, and they'd be like, "Oh, well, that sounds like anarchy." I'm like, "No, it's voting. It's democracy. We just haven't seen democracy yet. The Electoral College has prevented democracy from even being tried out, and that's But they call it freedom, and they just suppress, and they, So yeah, I'm just being helpful and suffering for trying to be helpful to a degree you wouldn't even believe what they've done to me, and how many of my rights to even, I can't go to dance, I can't vend without feeling like I'm just out on the side of the road by myself, and you know what I mean, some person that just drives by and recognizes me from some shit people were making up, think they're gonna, you know what I mean? It's just like I've taken on groups, and my fear's gone. Like they couldn't make me suffer any more than they have, but I'm trying to not be triggering, and trying not to get myself in situations. And now that I'm out of that zone, I haven't had a single bit of problems. So I think I'm doing better, and I haven't discussed it or gone into it until today. People didn't even know what I was doing or what I was going through. I just stayed in silence, and I came to a point where I was feeling like, dude, these guys are still just doing everything they can to make it harder for me, and I can't stand by and be bullied anymore without standing up for myself by pointing out to the world what is happening, exercising my freedom of speech. They're trying to take everyone's freedom of speech away. Yet, right, I'm the bad guy for living free and for having an opinion and speaking it out loud and seeing that I was wrong and talking about it out loud. Fucking so weird. I'm right. I'm not doing a damn thing wrong. I'm so careful with people's feelings. And my opinion should not be affecting other people's feelings. Like, that's what's weird. And the fact that I'm supposed to just tiptoe around all these egos. Because, right, I'm at a threat of them throwing a tantrum. It's just... So, yeah, forgive my lack of, right, willingness to tiptoe around other people's delicate egos. It's not my fault if you're triggered by what I think and how I'm growing as, you know what I mean? Your fault for letting it become about you when it wasn't, and taking it personally when it wasn't intended to be personal. So yeah, I'm growing, I'm trying to be less problematic, and I just had to tell you guys this. I had to let everybody know. I see, I opened it up for comments, and I see a bunch of trolls on here. You wonder why I've had my fucking settings to just like keep the conversation to members of my community that have already shown me they have respect and empathy, and they see me for who I am, and how I'm trying my hardest to be helpful. And right, people that see me for who I am and don't just like smear without any. It's just crazy. And I've never sued anybody. I've never, you know what I mean, cornered anyone or their ego. I mean, so many times I could have, and I've shown that I'm not wanting to fight. I'm not willing to fight, but I am gonna make sure that the world knows, and that I am not gonna stand up for bullying anymore. And you know, I'm gonna get my law degree, and then it probably, I don't know. I might hit a point where I'm just like, I'll use some people as examples of what happens when you bully someone that's fed up with being bullied, and they're gonna exercise their rights because they, you know what I mean. I might stand up for some friends if I'm a good attorney and I'm kicking some ass in the courtroom, and finally being respected because people see that, you know what I mean, where I stand and what I mean, what I have been trying to do, and how to, you know, how trying to find a way to be helpful and appreciated for that. I think that's all we all want, really, is to feel appreciated, to feel welcomed, and like our, you know, like our love is reciprocal and acknowledged, and you know, like giving gifts without expectations back, like just being cool, you know, the definition of cool. But yeah, I'm not quite there yet. I still let the frustrations get to me, and sometimes I slam some stuff and grumble, and say some things about what should happen to people. But when I'm by myself, I don't do it publicly, and I don't mean it. I feel bad for Bubbles. Even he hears my frustrations and growling, and I have to turn around and be like, "Oh, not you, buddy. You're a good boy. I'm just frustrated." So I'm even working on that by myself, not being a poopy pants. So I will not let these fuckers turn me into a hater too. I just, you know what I mean? They diminished my love vibe. I've got a hardened heart, and I'm less likely to just go around with a big dumb grin on my face now, because I know that, you know what I mean? She's like, what the hell is this fucker so happy about? Fucking, I'll wipe that fucking dumb grin right off his face. Yeah, I'm sorry you're hurting inside. You know, I'll be careful with it. I'm trying to hide it. Oh, boo-hoo, poor, yeah. Sucks to be me. Oh, darn. But, yeah, my face don't lie. So I don't even try to, because I got a dumb face that just says it all. So yeah, I mean, yeah. I hope, yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for the 14 thumbs up. That's fucking cool. I mean, that's the most. Dude. Thank you guys, dude. I didn't get a chance to read all this. A lot of these people were like mean. Look at these comments, dude. Wow. These people are fucking sad. Yeah. Jesus. Right? Yeah. No, I've got a place to stay in. I don't live in my car anymore. I did enjoy that though. Like, just being in a different town from where all these people like were sold this load crap, and just new folks every day. I was like, only respect. They saw me like for the first time with a fresh, you know what I mean, and they just felt my vibe, and they didn't have this big old fucking load thrown their way about me first, and everybody was super respectful and nice, and I didn't have any problems, no theft, no bullying, no problems. People were just cool, and I just kind of kept to myself and only like lit people up like a little bit without shining too much, and just made jokes. I'd become a really good comedian in making fun of myself rather than mentalities that might be reflected in other people's view of themselves. So I think I'm getting better. I'm getting better at heckling without or getting heckled without taking it personally myself. Um, and I use it as a way of I just bat it right back at them without being too confrontational. But I'll exaggerate how people are making fun of me. I'll just even make fun of myself even more. But it kind of points out the assumptions. It's a whole strategy. It's a method that all stand-up comedians have to figure out. They either let the heckling get to them and they let it intimidate them right off the stage, or they just like go, you know what, I'm getting good at this, and I actually am fine. I watch my old stuff and I laugh my ass off. Like I crack up. I'm like, holy fuck, you said that out loud, dude. Like to myself, and just I find it very satisfying as I see my own growth. I watch some of my old videos or whatever. I'm so embarrassed about the Jaguar dog thing. Like my arrogance and my ego shining through, and that was the point of Jaguar dog, was to show, oh, you want to see me be a narcissist? Everybody's gonna accuse me of being okay, Mister, smart pants, and everybody else is just blind and whatever. I was not saying that, but I'm like, oh, you want to see narcissist? So I had Jaguar just like snappy, and I was like so sick of the masculine expectations of everybody, just like I didn't feel like I should have to stand up or have to be all chest to chest to a guy brawling, people insulting my girlfriends, and I'd just be like, they're just doing that to trigger me into responding so that they can fight. That's like somebody that just hurts inside that wants to fight, and I'm not gonna give them what they want or let them trigger me into responding and looking like like a aggressive, whatever they're trying to make me out to be. I couldn't, like, that's what they do, is they project and they try to get you to respond, and then as soon as you do, they just point like, see, I told you they're crazy and they're violent, whatever. So I try really hard to not react, not to give it energy, and so I haven't. And I mean, and tonight you'll see me notice as we're talking, I just like talking, and the next thought that comes to my head, and then I'm like, oh, shit, I didn't mean to challenge anybody's belief systems there, so, you know what I mean? So I'm getting better at, not kicking myself in the dick. But I will sit on my balls on accident sometimes. So, they're droopy. I'm getting old, man. Fucking Jesus Christ. Balls to the floor. Getting all cut up underneath the driving pedal and gas pedal. Having to get the old clothespins out and just tie one of them up to each size of my underwear. And they said balls to the walls, but they didn't mean like literally and then clothespin to them. Like, oh. So, thinking about having a comedy show, like a comedy event, game show, like I was talking about doing on my land. So where the other comedians get like slots, and we all have half the pot goes to the funniest comedian who gets the loudest cheers at the end. Just making it fun. Competition on stage rather than behind each other's backs and shit like that, dude. Fucking honor, right? Setting an example of being honorable and respectful. There's nothing wrong with that. And if everyone was like that, then we would have a very peaceful, happy planet. And right, there's plenty of room for everybody. There's no reason to be like, sequestering resources and pushing each other down. We got plenty of room and plenty of food and plenty of resources for everybody if we're just a little more efficient. And maybe looking at ways of not putting so much wasteful energy into keeping the economy inflating nonstop, you know, then we would have a chance and, right, make everything kind of like last longer and become less wasteful and damaging. And grow our own food up and down the walls and catch water, filter it ourselves. Just all these things we can do to be more efficient with what we have. And with making sure everybody has, at least enough to survive and not be desperate and suffering. Dude, that is so easy to achieve. So easy. People act like, they call it socialism, and they try to associate it with communism. And yeah, when Russia and China or whatever, they had their original communist agenda, they were doing some things that were very much not providing security and happiness to the public. They were being a little forceful and a little uptight with the distribution and things, and so people felt like they were like all suffering equally rather than all making sure they were all prosperous equally. But yeah, that would take less than 1% of our tax revenue to make sure everybody was fed and sheltered and given medical care and all that. Like less than 1% of what we're spending. And the military industrial complex, maybe it feels necessary to make sure we're not attacked, to make sure we don't go, whatever, global war and shit like that. So I appreciate the decisions, the hard decisions that they've made up until now. I respect all the presidents that, survived trying to help us. And I especially appreciate, Lincoln and Kennedy and, anyone else who's ever stood up for people and not just stood there and, like, didn't want to get involved because of their own. Actually, that's not even something you could look down on. Like, people made the smart decision by not getting taken down with the rest of the oppressed, I see that. Like, I was trying so hard to go through this whole court process and show the courts respect and not look defiant or ungrateful or problematic, just trying to do what they were asking and just being silent about all the slander and the sabotage and things that have ended up really just leaving me optionless and supportless and just feeling so stuck. I just couldn't do anything to get out of my situation. I finally just got out at whatever cost and whatever loss. I just, changed. And it was hard. It was super difficult fucking year. So much work, so much like feeling like hopeless and abandoned. But dude, now my real friends are obvious. Whoever has shown me support and shown me that they are happy to see me progressing and correcting my situation and leaving myself more room to get better. And so I am really grateful for everybody that stuck by me, people that didn't, when I was going into victim mode, people were just like, oh, fuck this guy. I can't watch this. I'm not going to listen to your sob story, mister. Oh, you guys are so bad. No, dude, I'm not trying to get a pity party. I was just trying to, you know, make sure people knew what was happening. So, I mean, at the very least, if they heard crap coming their way, they would just, if they didn't stand up for me right then, at least they would, like, not believe it. And, dude, the people that came directly to me and asked me how these things became, like, said about me and where, who started what, no, they want to hear this. I was happy to tell a story to anybody that directly came to me. That is honor right there, dude. Somebody that just, instead of believing the crap, instead of just spreading it, they came right to me, to the source, and had the balls to ask me, to see that my ego wasn't going to be triggered and get mad at them or whatever. I was just grateful that they were, yeah, like, awesome enough to just ask me. And right, so I started leaving the full story and whatnot off my platforms. I was only making myself look bad, and you know what I mean? Like, I described something as a unbelievable, slanderous story or thing people said about me, but I would say what they thought, and some people would just hear that and imagine it, and then think it. You know what I mean? Just the fact that I said it or whatever, just even in jokes or in like how absurd it would be to believe such dumb. I, some people can't think of multiple paradigms, or they're already just looking for a reason to fucking diss. And yeah, it just didn't matter how careful I was with my words or whatever. They would just, me saying it would just make them believe it. So I was actually causing the rumors and slander to spread by trying to correct it, even by talking about it out loud. There was more people that, right, questioned and doubted me, like, than people that had like enough logic to think for themselves, to see these indicators, um, and right, for me to teach about projection and the psychology, right, the superiority complex and all that. Um, if you haven't done the psychology research, go to Psych to Go. That's another one, another YouTube channel that they turn it into cartoons and make these concepts just so easy to understand. And go into it deeper if there's suggestions there. But it's just these basics. I think they should be taught in school, like middle school. As soon as kids start clicking up, and like the bullying of the like the spoiled kids that were just thought they were better. They would click up as in these little groups that would support each other's egos, and then they would make fun of somebody that was different, and they would all feel more secure in their little group. Like by that age, what, like 11, 12 or something? Is that when kids start, like stop playing on the playground so much and they start clicking up? That's exactly the same age that our brains stop making cannabinoids on our own. Like we create like all the chemicals that are in weed, like it's our evolutionary best friend. And we produce our own cannabinoids until we are we hit puberty, and then our brain stops producing, and then what happens? Chemical imbalance. We start having all these hormonal fluctuations, and right, it just gets really tough to be a teenager right about the same time that our brain stops producing these cannabinoids. And I'm like, that is no coincidence. That is, it's like proof that we evolved with this plant, that we helped it evolve better to work with our brains in development. And we helped it evolve to be more resinous and more beneficial for us, and our hemp, those resources, like all these things that we used it for. The seeds are the number one source of aminos. I mean, it's our best plant option on the planet, and they made it. They villainized it. They made it. You know what I mean? Have to be some kind of crazy devil's weed, and it was our best friend. So I think it's exciting that we're coming back to the page of like reconsidering how we got there and what could be beneficial uses and adoption of cherishing it again. So I've, like my whole life, I mean, since I was 15 and first tried it, I saw nothing wrong with it, and it's only been beneficial. Besides the legal backlashes that have occurred from people's prejudice being projected onto me, and them villainizing victimless crimes, and me exploring my own consciousness. So, I mean, right? I did nothing wrong, but I did a year in jail. So, and then what? I mean, in jail, I was hanging out with all these real criminals and violent people and shit, and had to act tough and had to, you know what I mean? Like, they made me kind of way closer to being like one of the criminal people when I was in there. And I was just meek and shy and trying not to, right, act smart or threatening or anything. I had it figured out when I was in jail. I knew how to be not triggering then. I just talked like fucking street talk, and I didn't use any big words, and didn't, um, right? Definitely didn't let anyone think that I thought they were better, and that, required a whole dumbing down of my portrayal, or my representation of myself was just, I put on a show. But that was how you survive jail. And I had the boss of the Hell's Angels told me that. He's like, "Whoa, dude, you seem pretty smart. Why are you in here?" And I was like, "Well, just dumb enough to tell the cops the truth." And my girlfriend and I were arguing, and she told him we had stuff, and I just went and got it out of the car for him and showed him. And admitted that it was mine, and just, you know what I mean? Like, what? What's the problem? It's just fucking stuff, not hurting anybody. No. My honesty and gullibility, that I would be respected for being honest, and so on, right? And then I was thinking I was honorable by taking the charges and helping my girlfriend get out that day, even though she was kind of the cause of drawing that attention. So anyway, not blaming, I'm just saying I was a dumb kid. And the laws are what's fucked up. The drug war is fucked up for separating families, I mean, dude, victimless crimes. And so that's, when I was joking about being president, running, and having a very easy time with a third party takeover. I'm not, but I was thinking, like, dude, somebody that is happy being homeless, happy not being in the career phase mentality or being educated, but I've shown where my heart's at. I've shown that I'm passionate about making the situation better for our children, for the public, for everybody that is having a hard time. I've proven that. And, it doesn't matter how much villainizing. If you look into it, you will see my real stance and my objectives to be helpful, to be appreciated for being helpful, acknowledged for being a teacher, for, not becoming corrupted or even capable of. I can't even let myself focus on money, and it's not helped me in my situation, but I can live with myself and be, I can continue to be passionate and keep learning and just keep focusing on what seems important, like making the most of today and looking at the bright side and keeping in a good headspace and trying to be helpful in other people, you know what I mean? Seeing the alternative reactions and views as, so those are all admirable things, and I stand by, you know, I stand by what I've done, and my, you know, like forgiveness. It, might make me seem like a pushover, or like I'm right, enabling, and there's a difference. Like, I can forgive behavior because people are just a result, like a byproduct of their environment, of their conditioning. So, right from the get go, from when kids are throwing their temper tantrums and they're giving into all the way to, right, mob mentality, gang, you know what I mean? Like superiority, like issues where people are teaming up on, and, you know, it's very human behavior. And so until we address it from the root and try to correct the behavior from the beginning before it's even like learned to be so harsh and cruel, and celebrate respect and honor, and you know what I mean, like people should get a pat on the back and be like, you know, when we see someone being helpful, like not asking for anything back, that's cool. And you know what I mean, we should hold them at the highest regard and try to give back in any way we can, you know. I just I feel like those are the people that deserve the spotlight, the praise, and the rewards, you know. And we don't need to make it a big public thing that might cause jealousy or whatever. I think it would be cool if we all just hooked up our teachers and showed respect and gratitude, right? So thank your teachers. Tell your favorite teachers from growing up. Hit them up. It's been a few years. Tell them how much they've affected your life and how much they've helped you see things more clearly, and how they were your heroes in whatever ways that they stood out as being, you know what I mean, like willing to sacrifice themselves a little bit to be a better teacher and above what their pay grade, you know what I mean. Um, you know, it came with the incentives to follow through with, or whatever, you know, those teachers that went the extra mile. So, Mr. Theory, thank you for teaching me science and the scientific method in 8th grade. Um, in Goshen, Indiana. And thanks for never having us open the textbooks the whole year and giving me a love for science that's just made me. I've applied the scientific method to all other aspects of my life since 8th grade. I just have to learn through experience and by coming up with my own hypotheses and then seeing what falls in or what requires a new, you know, approach. So yeah, I've been a professional science since I was 13 years old, or scientist, and I've been stepping it up since. So that's cool. And not bragging, I'm just saying I don't need a degree or had to go to something, you know what I mean? I've just been learning what there is to know about science. I've been at the very front of the pier of what the discoveries that come out, like every day. I look into new things, I see new discoveries, I try to share it. Um, I have one of my Facebook groups that I haven't been doing too much since Ben Davidson covers it in the space news every day on Suspicious Observers. I feel like he's got the bases covered on the newest developments. So I had one called Discovery, Scientific Discoveries, and every day, just everything we would learn, I would throw it up there and just see, you know, what the discussion would evolve from that. And yeah, I appreciate Ben Davidson for putting all that out there every day and for pointing out the connections for the sun and the earth's weather. And thank you, Ben, for teaching me more than anyone and for putting your resources right there so we could see where, you know what I mean, the new scientific papers that had these studies that show us this new bit of the whole story to fit in there, and just explains things a little bit more in depth and helps us understand the interconnected dynamics of all the different sciences. And man, it's so exciting. What a time to be on Earth, man. We're finally figuring this shit out again, right? Still ain't able to make no pyramids, but we're close to explaining their function, and that is something. So anyway, I plan on going, taking a look, a fresh perspective on the pyramids. And I'll keep you updated. I'll film and post the whole fucking thing if it's allowed. And yeah, we can learn together. So anyway, I was saying goodbye a minute ago, and I just got back into subjects. I love you, and I hope I've been inspiring and not triggering, and I hope you can see who I really am when I'm not doing a bunch of crazy voices and trying to be like extra funny by like lashing out at the nonsense bullshit that's been holding me down. Um, I hope I've inspired growth by being so absurd. And be good to your puppies. And I guess I'm out of here. Yeah, may the force be with you. And don't turn your lightsaber on while it's in your pocket. You might zap your balls a little bit. So, yeah. Careful now. With your sabers of what, plasma crystal. Whoa, dude, my phone's about to die. How do you turn this off? How do you get off of here? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, there we are. All right. Poop your pants.